ashimagizwa ubwenge bwiwe. Umutima wa Afrika wamana n'umuti watanze akarorero kurondera ubutungane. Amakuru atubise ati beni kagahugu oya sagahugu igihugu cifashe ubumwe n'ibikorwa inamajambere.
East African Anthem.
Afrika Mashariki tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jombolea yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano iwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jombolea yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu.
Shusha chini, shusha chini.
Allo. Twagira dusabe abantu bari hepfo mu stand ko muduga hejuru kuri salle kugira ngo duze dutangure ibirori by'uno munsi by'iteka. On voulait demander à tous ceux qui sont dans le stand de bien vouloir rejoindre la salle. Regagner la salle ici.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
ushobore kwegera abantu ubabwire ko bokwegera gufata ibibanza muri sale. Hanyuma nagira sabe abashoferi b'iyi miduga yamaze kwinjira ku mvo zitandukanye zo kuronka ikibanza kimeze neza bashobore gukurikiza consigne za sécurité bariko barabaha kandi bizubahiriza. Aba bose batatanye hano mu kibuga bashobore kuronka aho bicara canke barindira ibikorwa byabo kugira abashitsi b'iteka bariko barashika protokoli bafashe babandanye bashika ubwugamo ariko muri sare bavuze kandi bashikaye mu iteka ibereye bakoze. Twagira twibutse kandi abantu bose bari hariya hepfo mu stand ko boduga ngaha kuri sale kugira ngo dutangure ibirori nyezina. Murakoze cyane. On vous a rappelé à tous ceux qui sont là-bas dans les stands de bien vouloir regagner la salle ici pour qu'on puisse alors commencer les cérémonies officielles de cette journée. Merci.
Boa, safi.
There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time we experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar, and feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda.
Ainda.
muri sare hariya parese ya ku murongo usomere sare na komite wayumvise halo ya ku murongo urabye na komite ya ku murongo urabye na komite mwabisezeranye nawe oya gusa nabwiye waza kwisezerana nawe waza kwisezerana nawe kugira ntibimushapu uri none ko uri mugwa mugwiye usanga wagemuye umwiza aho iste ndakurungikiye niba abaho sibamwaza nejo mwabiza w'amakoro nabako bose ari bo batwaye abakinyi ba volleyball nzeya kapiteni barakafitiye bashaka ko baza kudugana n'ige modoka ya tayi magire antene mu bw'abagabo none wewe ubwira abahari ubundi yagiyeho ngo nabagende wewe areka abahari abahari ni bande nande niho bari wowe wabwire rero baza gutegeka mu kapiteni baca badugana baje byantema ikiriri bagira yantema ikiriri ninga zaba ngo zofungirayo uyu musi ngende yego mugabo aragaruka birabaho mu Rwanda mu Burundi yego
ndayigoma yana mabe mama ruhanga yaravyibagiye aho ni mwibenga ibuka nk'ibice bitatu gusa by'ingoma nawe ntazi kugira
ewe Burundi uteye igomwe y'imisozi n'ikisayangana n'ikwikiyaya by'ihungabana ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi ngucurara ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi ngucurarange usa n'ijuru risharijimye usa n'akayaga ko kumugoroba usa n'amazi y'umusarara usa n'Imana yakungariye usa n'Imana yakungariye mashoka y'inka n'inyambo zawe zikwigina amazi atemba inyoni ziririmba bihayagiza ubutore bwawe ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi ngucurarange ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi ngucurarange usa n'ijuru risharijimye usa n'akayaga ko kumugoroba usa n'amazi y'umusarara usa n'Imana yakungariye usa n'Imana yakungariye Yesu wavuye mu mataba y'inka ewe Burundu uteye igomwe akayaga kaguciye nino abana bawe baguteraniye ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi ngucurarange ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi ngucurarange usa n'ijuru risharijimye usa n'akayaga ko kumugoroba usa n'amazi y'umusarara usa n'Imana
umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'umutima akamavugwa neza mu bantu bose. Umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'urucumu, umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'umutima. Umugabo w'ukuri si uwirirwa yicaye, umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'ibikorwa bizomuteza imbere n'igihugu ciwe. Umugabo w'ukuri si uwirirwa yicaye, umugabo w'ukuri akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose, akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose. Umugabo nyamugabo yamavuga ukuri, akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose, akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose. Umugabo w'ukuri si nyamwitendako, umugabo w'ukuri akunda ubumwe akamashize hamwe n'abagenzi biwe. Umugabo w'ukuri si nyamwitendako, umugabo w'ukuri akunda ubumwe. Umugabo nyamugabo yamavuga ukuri, akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose, akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose. Umugabo nyamugabo yamavuga ukuri, akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose, akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose.
ibikira
Umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'urucumu, umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'umutima akamavugwa neza mu bantu bose. Umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'urucumu, umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'umutima.
mbega yemwe murazi Uburundi cibare cacu imba mwibahari nini umutima wagutse n'abantu b'abagabo imisozi yabwo akayaga n'ikiyaga imibande yose intungamahagara wabubonye rimwe agenda atamacumu mbega yemwe murazi Uburundi cibare cacu imba mwibahari nini umutima wagutse n'abantu b'abagabo imisozi yabwo akayaga n'ikiyaga imibande yose intungamahagara wabubonye rimwe agenda atamacumu woba yaramwumvise umurundi w'ukuri eka n'uwamubonye yakimajije amaguru amutamarira ruhore ubutwari bwiwe yamayivuna basi akamashimagizwa ubwenge bwiwe umutima wa Afrika wamata n'ubuki watanze akarorero ukurondera ubuntu n'ubutungane amakunga tubise ati beni kagahugu oya sagahugu igihugu cifashe kubumwe n'ibikorwa n'amajambere Barundi twese umutima turwanya akarenganyo n'uburyarya bidutesha kuba ku Burundi bitwivuna basi amajambere batononera umutekano ico tukwifurije sagamba Burundi saga saga sagamba Burundi saga saga sagamba Burundi
byagiyemo iteka ridasanzwe birasabe abashitsi ufashe kumwakira aratubyagiyemo kaze nyakubahwa visi perezida
Wasagana
twagira rero mbere yuko twinjira mu birori nyezina tubanze dusabe udushira mu biganza by'umukama uno munsi. Dusabe wateguka za kudushikana mu biganza vy'Imana ko yo kwegera hano twamuha mikro agaheza akadushikana mu biganza vy'Imana.
Reka duce bugufi twese dusenge tuje imbere yawe ku izina rya Data Mana n'irya Mwana n'irya Mutima Mweranda. Uri Imana ikomeye muri kino gitondo, turagushimiye ku byiza wagiriye abantu bawe bari mu kibanza Mwami. Turagushimiye ku byiza wagiriye ku gihugu cyacu ciza cy'u Burundi, gutanga akayaga keza n'imvura n'ibiguruka mu kirere n'ibiri mu kiyaga n'ibiti bizana akayaga keza. Turagushimiye Mana yuko warongoye indongozi zacu zikaba zaramutse amahoro guhera kuri nyene icubahiro umukuru w'igihugu cyacu n'icegera ciwe atuvyagiyemwo muri uyu mwanya. Turaguhamagaye nk'Imana ikomeye kandi nk'Imana ihambaye, kuko Mana igihugu cyacu n'indongozi bagushize imbere. Wemere ikibanza twaguhaye muri kano kanza Mwami, ucubahishe, uze wemere ubane natwe, ubane n'umuntu wese ari mu kino kibanza, ubane n'icegera cy'umukuru w'igihugu cyacu yaje aserukira umuvyeyi Sebarundi. Uduhe amajambo meza azavuga muri kino kibanza, ureke akayaga keza k'Imana kabe hano hantu, urutonde rwiza Mana n'umutekano uva ku Mana. Abamarayika bawe babe hano hantu. Mwami Imana utugirire neza kandi utwubahishe, kuko uri Imana ifise urutonde. Uhezagira umuntu wese yabaye muri kino kibanza, uturinde ikibi cyose n'igisa naco, uzoba ukoze. Turagushimiye ni mu izina ry'Umwami Yesu Kristo dusenze twizeye, amen.
Amen. Twagira rero twumvirize ururimbo ruhayagiza igihugu cyacu ciza cy'u Burundi.
Et nous allons suivre là tout de suite l'hymne national du Burundi, tel que prévu sur le programme.
turagira dusabe banyine icubaro ko muheza mukabyagira
hama ndasubiye kandi kubaha ikaze mbere yuko rero tuja neza neza mu birori nyezina nagira ngo mbanze ndabamenyeshe yuko aho muvyagiye murabona ko hariho casque. There are some headphones that you can wear. For those requesting to hear all this happening here in English, please press Canal 2 on your devices. Oh, yeah, Canal 1 for English. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's Canal 1 for English. Et pour ceux qui voudraient suivre le tout en français, c'est le Canal 2 pour le français. Watu ambao wanahitaji kusikiliza mambo yanayopatikana hapa kwa Kiswahili utaweza kupress hapo kwa kanali ya 3, mtapata tafsiri yote hapo kwa Kiswahili. Aya. Maintenant, nous voudrions inviter Monsieur le maire de la ville de Bujumbura pour un mot d'accueil.
Monsieur le vice-président de la République, mesdames, messieurs, tout protocole considéré, encore une fois bienvenue. Donc nous allons débuter cet événement et juste avant, on aimerait quand même donner une autre précision. Il y a des machines de traduction que vous pouvez utiliser et les canaux diffèrent selon la langue. Donc comme vient de le dire mon ami Francis, le premier canal est celui de l'anglais. Le deuxième canal, le français, et le troisième canal, le swahili. Et si vous permettez, j'aimerais inviter Monsieur le maire de la ville pour prononcer le mot d'accueil.
Ceux de la cabine technique, s'il vous plaît, il paraît que le canal 3 du swahili n'est pas fonctionnel.
Éternel, notre Dieu, Excellence, Monsieur le vice-président de la République du Burundi et représentant du chef de l'État, honorables députés, honorables sénateurs, Excellence, Madame le ministre du Commerce, Excellence, Monsieur le ministre ayant en charge de l'East African Community, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du gouvernement ici présents, Mesdames et Messieurs les gouverneurs de province et chers collègues, Monsieur le représentant du secrétaire général de l'East African Community, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres des délégations ici présents, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs et représentants des corps diplomatiques et consulaires accrédités au Burundi, Mesdames et Messieurs les opérateurs touristiques, acteurs et acheteurs des produits touristiques, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organismes internationaux œuvrant au Burundi, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des médias ici présents, Mesdames et Messieurs, à vos titres et rangs respectifs, bonjour. Avant de prononcer mon petit mot d'accueil, permettez-moi au vice-assemblée de rendre grâce à Dieu Tout-Puissant, le miséricordieux. Par sa bonté, il a permis à toutes les délégations de voyager et d'arriver ici au Burundi sans incident, qu'il soit loué à jamais. Pour toutes ces raisons, je vous demande de me prêter vos mains pour l'acclamer. Excellences, au nom des habitants de la belle ville de Bujumbura, capitale économique du pays, et à mon nom propre, je voudrais très chaleureusement souhaiter la bienvenue à son Excellence, Monsieur le vice-président de la République du Burundi et représentant du chef de l'État, qui, malgré son agenda, a consacré son précieux temps pour rehausser de sa présence les activités de cette deuxième édition de l'exposition régionale du tourisme de la communauté est-africaine. Excellence, votre présence ici témoigne de l'importance que le gouvernement du Burundi accorde au tourisme comme catalyseur du développement socio-économique des pays de la communauté est-africaine en général et à notre pays en particulier. C'est aussi une expression de soutien à l'endroit de la consolidation de la paix, de la promotion du tourisme et du dialogue des cultures entre les peuples de la communauté est-africaine. Je voudrais saisir cette occasion pour souhaiter la bienvenue aux autres personnalités ici présentes et aux différentes délégations venues des pays frères se joindre à nous au Burundi dans cette exposition régionale organisée sous le thème ci-après « Repenser le tourisme pour le développement socio-économique de la communauté est-africaine ». Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, ce thème vient à point nommé et nous sommes impressionnés par le fait que cette deuxième édition soit organisée dans notre pays car vous en conviendrez avec moi que le Burundi regorge des potentialités touristiques. Une fois développé, le tourisme va offrir de nouvelles sources d'activités économiques aux communautés locales et contribuer dans la lutte contre la pauvreté. Je profite de l'occasion pour inviter le public de Bujumbura à visiter les stands pour savourer l'expression touristique des autres pays, mais aussi de tirer des leçons dans leur expérience. La République pour accepter d'être ici en ce moment. We would like to thank the organizers for the success of this exhibition. They went above and beyond to make this event happen in our beautiful city of Bujumbura, economic capital of Burundi. As we all know, Bujumbura is full of tourism potential, so let us make full use of the resources. Let us work together as a team. We can do it. Long live the Republic of Burundi. Long live regional cooperation. God bless you. Thank you. Asanteni.
Merci au maire de la ville et sans toutefois tarder, je vais inviter directement le président de la plateforme touristique de l'EAC pour son discours.
turashimiye cyane umurongoye igisagara cyacu cyiza cya Bujumbura ku ijambo ry'ikaze aduhaye twagira dusabe urongoye urwego rujejwe guteza imbere ivy'ingenzi mu karere ka East Africa ko yoheza nawaza akaza akadushikiriza ijambo ryiwe. On m'annonce qu'on va peut-être directement passer.
Merci beaucoup. Your Excellency Wazombaza Prosper, the Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, Honorable Minister of Trade, Transport, Industry and Tourism of the Government of Burundi, Honorable Ministers here present, government officials, including senators, parliamentarians here present, Your Excellencies, High Commissioners, and ambassadors present, the Mayor of the city of Bujumbura, permanent secretaries, distinguished sponsors and exhibitors and trade partners are here present in this room. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, a very good afternoon. It is a great honor on behalf of the East African Community Secretariat and the East African community as a whole to welcome you all to the second ESC Regional Regional Tourism Expo ERT 22, which will be taking place at this ground from today to Monday, 27 September 2022. The exhibitions, the seminars, and networking sessions will be followed by familiarization trips to various tourist sites in Burundi for hosted buyers from to know with the latest COVID pandemic. This sector is one of the sectors that has been greatly affected. And it is time with everyone, the joint efforts to revive the sector to ensure that we go back to our golden years before the pandemic. As demonstrated by the international tourist arrivals, tourism in ESC and had steadily been increasing over the years, although at varying rates in each partner state, with total annual arrivals reaching 6.9 million in 2019. It was projected that this would increase to about 14, but unfortunately, as I alluded to, the COVID pandemic actually disrupted all the efforts. So, in the region, we have all it takes, including iconic and fascinating tourist attractions, ranging from pristine white beaches to beautiful snow-capped mountains, rolling savannas to dense rainforests, rich cultural heritage that span the entire region and unmatched diversity in wild species to ensure that the revival can take place. This expo is among the first initiatives that we have in the East African community on which we embarked on as part of the rolling out of the implementation of the regional tourism marketing strategy that we have for all the 7 partner states for the moment. That was approved by the ESC ministers for tourism and wildlife management and during the meeting of the council, whose chair of us in the region to reach out to the ESC citizens with the call to travel within the region. And in addition, a video campaign for the regional and domestic tourism has been developed. And with your permission, Your Excellency, I think the video can be screened. It is a 2 minute, 20-second video that I would wish the technical team to put on the screen so that we can watch it before I end my speech. While they are trying to get the video, allow me to continue and wind up. As we seek to promote ESC as a single tourist destination, and there is a strong need to maintain the integrity of the region in terms of environmental sustainability, and ESC has robust policies and instruments that guide us in collaboration in environmental management. And when it comes to the wildlife conservation, in we have been implementing the regional strategy against poaching and illegal wildlife trade. Some of the interventions under this include enhancing wildlife law enforcement in all partner states, establishing collaboration mechanisms, and undertaking evaluation of natural capital in our key transboundary wildlife landscapes in order to inform our decision making. As I conclude, Your Excellency, I wish to point here represented that has been actually supporting ESC, giving us very important support, and who also supported this Expo as a golden sponsor. And Your Excellency, with your authorization, they may be given a big clap. We are indeed grateful to the Republic of Burundi for hosting the second ESC Regional Tourism Expo. This is a daunting task, given that economies the world over are attempting to rise up from one of the worst slumps in the history. And through all this, we wish to really congratulate Burundi for having accepted to host this second event. And we look forward to the Expo growing stronger and bigger, and eventually becoming one of the leading tourism trade fairs in the region, in the African continent. And the ESC is sure this can happen, that we can make it. With those few remarks, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to wish all of you successful participation at the second ESC Tourism Expo, and I thank you.
There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you Xfinity. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites.
Nous remercions le représentant du secrétaire provenant de l'EAC et
Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar, and feel the love in the inviting white sand.
Représentants ici du protocole considéré, des excuses. Celui qui représente, qui est le directeur de la plateforme touristique.
As he was not able to understand as his
of
device for translation was not
you
working well.
In this
So he's
warm,
now going to
and welcoming
give
culture
his speech
of the people.
right now. Thank you.
Good morning. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Secretary General of the ESC, Your Excellency, ambassadors, development partners, tourism industry leaders, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to greet you all once again. Good morning. First, let me apologize that I missed my moment. The language sounded quite poetic, but it passed me all. I didn't understand most of it. Your Excellency, my apologies. As we grow in the ESC, we'll try and learn the language better. We'll try to integrate better and be able to actually accommodate each other. I'll go into my speech. This is under the East African Tourism Platform. We are partners with the ESC at large. Our main interest and what has brought us to Burundi today is to grow tourism and ensure that ESC benefits as a whole. Benefits as a whole. The tourism sector is one of the leading sources of foreign exchange earnings in EAC region. According to the UNACTAD report, based on estimated GDP losses by region, East Africa tourism was the second most affected region globally by the pandemic after Central America. Nonetheless, this sector is contained in most of our key source markets, and international travelers are now fully confident to travel. However, arrivals and revenues are still less than the 2019 level. And when I say 2019, it means that is the baseline for where the rain started beating us. We did very well in 2019, and everything fell apart in 2020. So our recoveries picked up from 2019 as a baseline for our comparisons. The hospitality sector has also suffered, but is steadily recovering. COVID-19 health regulations have been eased, and several partner states are now allowing tourists to enter without the COVID-19 test and vaccination certificates. The Ukraine's crisis has impacted tourism arrivals in East Africa, especially destinations like Zanzibar, where Russia and Ukraine were key source markets. Air traffic in our region has also suffered and is now being affected by increased costs. I know we'll talk about the fuel prices going up, but it should be known that within the East African region, our airfares are extremely high. And that is also already impacting on movement of people within the region. So it's a key issue that we would like to discuss. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is critical to address airspace liberation and open skies. Different restrictive bilateral air service agreements among partner states create an harmonized air transport services in the region. We all have conditions that we've given each country among ourselves and the coast of Kenya, Mombasa, which means we can turn that to a playground for a weekend and increase the numbers for Bujumbura. What is the hindrance? A flight ticket from Nairobi to Bujumbura is 80,000 shillings. Why? Because of the taxes. We need to relook at that issue. Your Excellency, the EAC, it is an issue that will enable us to grow. And this was done with the use of mobile phones. Through EAC, we cut the tariffs of the mobile phones, and today you don't need to buy a SIM card every time you cross the borders. You use your same phone line. And that is where trade in tourism should take us. Working together, we can ease more mobility to benefit travel in the region. The use of East Africa's single tourist visa and IDs among the EAC partner states is one of the best practices for East Africa can share with the region. That has been done. We are still expanding on it, and I'm still coming back to Your Excellency and the EAC to help us make it a full reality. The EATP joins the EAC to call for more tourism trade commitment to the full tourism recovery. I take this opportunity to commend the work done by the EAC, government, and the Secretariat to accelerate business recovery through tourism, resilience, and recovery programs. I also thank our partners, GIZ, and I can see them in the room. Thank you, much better. Same, we've had Trademark East Africa, who has been quite supportive in the same frame, helping the EAC partner states to try and ensure that the region does not go down, but is able to actually market as a single market. I call upon exhibitors and buyers here present to take advantage of this unique platform to meet and connect with fellow businessmen and women. On this note, I thank you for your kind attention and wish you all a successful tourism trade show. Thank you, Excellency.
Merci et merci à tous pour la compréhension avec le changement de programme. Nous allons continuer et je vais inviter Madame la ministre du Tourisme de pouvoir se lever et prononcer le discours.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we would like to invite the Minister of Commerce, Transport and Tourism Industry for her speech.
Excellence, Monsieur le Vice-président de la République du Burundi, Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre en charge de la communauté, des affaires de la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est, Monsieur le maire de la ville de Bujumbura, Monsieur le représentant du secrétaire général de l'EAC, honorables sénateurs et parlementaires ici présents, Excellences, Messieurs les membres du gouvernement du Burundi, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs des missions diplomatiques et consulaires accrédités au Burundi, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des partenaires au développement du Burundi, Mesdames et Messieurs les opérateurs touristiques, acteurs et acheteurs des produits touristiques, Mesdames et Messieurs les opérateurs économiques dans le commerce et des services au Burundi, Mesdames et Messieurs les professionnels des médias, distingués invités, tout protocole observé en vos rangs et qualités respectifs, bonjour. Permettez-moi de me joindre à vous pour remercier le bon Dieu Tout-Puissant pour sa grâce et sa miséricorde qui nous ont permis qu'on se retrouve sains et saufs dans cette belle ville de Bujumbura, la capitale économique du Burundi. Permettez-moi encore de commencer mon propos par un mot d'appréciation de la présence parmi nous de son Excellence, Monsieur le Vice-président de la République du Burundi, qui, malgré son agenda chargé, a voulu témoigner l'engagement et la volonté politique du gouvernement du Burundi pour l'exploitation des potentialités touristiques et la promotion de la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est comme une destination touristique unique. Joignons-nous mains pour acclamer encore une fois la présence de son Excellence, Monsieur le Vice-président de la République. Je salue également la présence des hautes délégations venues des États membres de la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est pour cet important événement qui est la deuxième édition de la conférence et exposition régionale du tourisme de la communauté est-africaine sous le thème « Repenser le tourisme pour le développement socio-économique dans la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est » qui pratiquement a commencé hier pour se clôturer le 30 septembre 2022. Je remercie du fond du cœur la mairie de Bujumbura qui accueille cet événement et je souhaite le protocole observé en vos rangs et qualités. Cette deuxième édition de la conférence et exposition régionale du tourisme de la communauté est-africaine se déroule au lendemain de la pandémie de Covid-19 qui a provoqué une crise sociale, sanitaire et économique sans précédent à l'échelle mondiale. Et le secteur du tourisme est parmi les plus touchés. La pandémie de Covid-19 a provoqué une crise sanitaire, sociale et économique sans précédent à l'échelle mondiale. Et le secteur du tourisme et du commerce et des services sont parmi les plus touchés avec les mesures de restriction sur les voyages et groupements des personnes. Ici, on citerait à titre d'exemple les suspensions des vols, fermeture des hôtels, fermeture des restaurants et des lieux de loisirs, etc. Le tourisme étant un des secteurs d'activité dynamique et moteur de la croissance économique à travers la création de l'emploi, la promotion des produits locaux, la promotion de la culture ainsi que la promotion du patrimoine naturel des pays, le tourisme contribue de manière directe ou indirecte au développement socio-économique des pays. C'est ainsi que la réunion extraordinaire du Conseil des ministres sectoriels sur le tourisme et la gestion de la faune et de la flore qui s'est tenue le 15 juillet 2021 des États membres de la communauté est-africaine a décidé d'organiser annuellement et de façon rotative la conférence et exposition régionale du tourisme de la communauté est-africaine, socio-économique dans la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est. Ce thème a été choisi pour lancer un appel vibrant à une reconstruction dynamique du secteur du tourisme pour atténuer les conséquences liées à la crise de Covid-19 et renforcer la résilience face au changement climatique et aux crises éventuelles pouvant secouer le secteur du tourisme. Excellence des plans d'eau profonds, des paysages pittoresques, des plages immaculées et un riche patrimoine naturel et culturel. D'où il est grand temps de conjuguer les efforts pour exploiter ces potentialités dans le respect strict des normes afin de préserver le tourisme comme créateur d'emplois, source de revenus et aussi préservateur des ressources naturelles et culturelles. Cette conférence et exposition régionale du tourisme de la communauté est-africaine, qui durera 7 jours, est une occasion offerte aux investisseurs, exposants, visiteurs, participants au séminaire, personnes ressources, visiteurs hébergés, les chercheurs et médias, d'égouillonner leur sens d'affaires. L'exposition permettra aussi de faire le marketing de la région en tant que destination touristique unique, de promouvoir le tourisme national, intra-régional et international, d'attirer des investissements dans le secteur, de mettre en valeur les ressources touristiques et fauniques disponibles dans la région, d'améliorer la collaboration et le réseautage entre les intervenants et de sensibiliser les parties prenantes aux efforts de normalisation des produits touristiques. Tout cela se fera à travers des conférences, des séminaires, des rencontres, des sports de tourisme, des randonnées et de tournées touristiques vers les sites touristiques du Burundi, des découvertes de talents vers les sites touristiques du Burundi, des découvertes de talents et de culture et autres. J'invite alors toutes les délégations à tirer profit de cet événement important que nous offre la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est. Quant au Burundi, nous sommes fortement engagés à la promotion du tourisme durable à travers des politiques, des stratégies et des mécanismes favorisants. En témoigne la volonté politique manifestée par son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, le général-major et protocole observé en vos rangs et qualités. Je souhaite encore une fois les bienvenus à toutes les délégations venues des pays partenaires et je les invite à profiter du moment pour explorer la belle ville de Bujumbura au bord du lac Tanganyika. Je remercie tous nos partenaires opérant dans le secteur du transport, industrie, tourisme, artisanat, commerce, banque, assurance et médias pour leurs appuis multiformes. Je remercie également le gouvernement du Burundi qui a accepté d'accueillir la 2e édition de la conférence exposition régionale du tourisme dans cette belle ville de Bujumbura, la capitale économique. Je remercie également le secrétariat de la communauté de l'Afrique de l'Est pour ses apports techniques et coaching afin de faire cet événement un événement historique et réussi. Je ne saurais terminer mon propos sans remercier encore une fois tout un chacun qui a marqué sa présence lors de cette cérémonie d'ouverture, mais plus particulièrement à votre Excellence, Monsieur le Vice-président de la République du Burundi. Que vive le développement durable, que Dieu bénisse nos peuples. Morako de Tchane. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre. On voudrait alors demander en attendant, tubekabamira amateka gatoyi, umurisho mwiza w'aba batimbo biwacu boducishiza ko gatoyi. nimubongere amashi cyane, nimubongere amashi menshi. Abatimbo barabiryoheje cyane rwose.
Byari bibereye ijisho. Tubandanye rero n'ibikorwa mudukundire ibikorwa nyamukuru by'uno munsi, mudukundire twakire icegera c'umukuru w'igihugu c'u Burundi.
Éternel, notre Seigneur Jésus-Christ, ou pour d'autres Allah, dans tous les cas, c'est notre Seigneur. Honorables députés et sénateurs, Excellence Madame la ministre en charge du tourisme et du commerce, Excellence Monsieur le ministre en charge de la communauté est-africaine, Excellence Monsieur le ministre de la Défense nationale et des anciens combattants, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres de délégation ici présents, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs et représentants du corps diplomatique et consulaire accrédités dans notre pays, Mesdames et Messieurs les opérateurs touristiques, acteurs et acheteurs des produits touristiques, bonjour à tout le monde. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, honorables, permettez-moi d'abord de remercier le Seigneur Tout-Puissant qui nous a donné cette belle journée et nous a donné la paix, la sécurité sur toutes les collines, dans toutes les communes et provinces du pays, afin que nous puissions nous retrouver ici en bonne santé et en toute quiétude. Prêtez-moi vos mains pour applaudir le Seigneur. Et au nom de son Excellence, le général-major Évariste Ndayishimiye, président de la République du Burundi, et en mon nom, président de la République du Burundi, et en mon nom propre, j'ai un réel plaisir et un grand honneur de vous accueillir tous à la deuxième conférence et exposition régionale du tourisme de la communauté est-africaine. Que le Seigneur soit loué et je vous demanderai de me prêter encore vos mains. Le pays des 1001 collines et au tambour sacré. Je remercie vivement tous les participants pour avoir répondu positivement à l'appel du gouvernement de la République du Burundi à travers le ministère en charge du commerce et en faveur de cet événement touristique de la communauté est-africaine, combien c'est important. Cette conférence Expo accueille les divers participants, y compris organisés des services touristiques ainsi que des médias. Rappelons que cet événement intervient au moment où il y a 2 semaines que le Burundi a accueilli la 5e édition du Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki Tamaduni Festival, Fest, un autre événement de l'East African Community, Fest, un autre événement de l'East African Community qui vise à promouvoir notre riche culture en tant que région. Nous nous sentons donc en effet très honorés d'accueillir consécutivement les 2 événements aussi importants sur notre communauté, la communauté est-africaine. Cela témoigne encore une fois sectoriel de l'East African Community en charge de la gestion du tourisme et de la faune et de la flore pour la décision prise l'année dernière selon laquelle la conférence Expo régionale du tourisme soit organisée d'une manière rotative par les États partenaires de l'IAC. Nous avons une forte conviction que l'Expo contribuera énormément à promouvoir de nombreuses attractions touristiques sur les marchés régionaux et internationaux. Comme personne ne peut en douter, la région de la communauté est-africaine est dotée d'une multitude d'attractions touristiques dont les plages vierges et pleines de sable, de beaux paysages, d'un riche patrimoine culturel et d'une diversité incomparable de la flore et de la faune et de la flore. Ayant conscience de l'importance du secteur du tourisme pour les économies nationales des États partenaires de la communauté est-africaine, les architectes du traité établissant la communauté africaine de l'Est prévoyaient à cet effet la coopération dans le secteur du tourisme, comme cela a été souligné par les conférenciers précédents. Nous avons vu que les États partenaires de l'East African Community bénéficient de manière significative des retombées du tourisme grâce à sa contribution au produit intérieur brut, aux recettes en la promotion conjointe du tourisme, la standardisation de nos services touristiques et la gestion des ressources touristiques qui nous aideront tous à exploiter au mieux les potentialités du secteur dans la région. À cet égard, j'aimerais exprimer mes gratitudes et mes compliments aux ministres, aux représentants des gouvernements, aux exposants et les conférenciers des États partenaires de l'East African Community qui ont fourni des efforts en vue de participer à la 2e exposition régionale du tourisme 2022. Honorables Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi en passant de vous parler du tourisme du Burundi, le pays qui vous accueille. En un mot, le Burundi dispose de tout ce qu'il faut pour la croissance du secteur du tourisme. Il est de rappeler à cet effet que le Burundi est connu comme le cœur de l'Afrique, le pays au tambour battant, le pays de lait et de miel, le pays des 1001 collines, le pays au printemps éternel et ce faisant du pays un véritable paradis. Le Burundi se vante aussi d'attractions touristiques, notamment des chimpanzés, des parcs nationaux, des musées, des lacs, de la culture et des paysages merveilleux. Comme vous le savez, le lac Tanganyika est le deuxième plus profond du monde et les récréations. En outre, le riche patrimoine culturel est un argument de vente clé pour notre pays. Le peuple burundais a une culture riche qui est basée sur les traditions locales séculaires. Par exemple, le tambour sacré est une partie importante de notre patrimoine culturel, comme le soulignent les tambourinaires royaux dont la renommée mondiale n'a pas cessé d'accroître. Je pense que vous êtes les meilleurs témoins de la qualité avec laquelle les tambouriniers burundais savent montrer aux spectateurs leur talent. La danse traditionnelle accompagne souvent le tambour qui est fréquemment vu dans les célébrations et les réunions publiques. Sans oublier que certaines chansons spécialisées des artisans burundais accompagnent différentes étapes de leur travail. Le Burundi remercie le Seigneur pour toutes ses grâces. C'est en effet un don divin. Mesdames et messieurs, le gouvernement de la République du Burundi, sous la houlette de s'est absolument engagé à soutenir le secteur du tourisme afin d'exploiter son plein potentiel. Nous l'avons priorisé en tant qu'activité économique et nous sommes à cet effet en train de créer des cadres politiques. Nous avons une direction générale qui coordonne toutes les questions techniques, y compris la promotion et le développement des normes. Nous collaborons actuellement avec les autres États de la communauté est-africaine sur le développement des normes minimales pour les fournisseurs de services touristiques ainsi que l'évaluation des critères de classification des établissements d'hébergement touristique et restaurants. La mise en œuvre des normes communes dans la région nous permettra d'améliorer notre compétitivité en tant que destination touristique unique. À cet égard, j'exhorte le secrétariat de la communauté est-africaine et les organes politiques pertinents à accélérer le développement des instruments régionaux nécessaires qui nous permettraient d'avancer ensemble en tant que région. La République du Burundi continuera, sans nul doute, de mettre en place les infrastructures requises pour le secteur du tourisme, y compris l'amélioration de la connectivité avec les zones de destination touristique du pays. Nous espérons que nous serons correctement liés à tous les États partenaires de la communauté est-africaine et à d'autres pays voisins dans un proche avenir pour permettre un flux efficace de voyageurs à des fins touristiques au niveau de la communauté. Nous travaillons également avec nos partenaires de développement pour moderniser notre aéroport, l'aéroport international. Héberger cette exposition est une démonstration de notre engagement à développer notre industrie du tourisme. Nous le ferons à travers des approches innovantes qui se traduisent par des réels avantages aux investisseurs, aux citoyens du Burundi, y compris les communautés locales. À cet effet, nous appelons tous les États partenaires de la communauté est-africaine, les partenaires de développement et les partenaires commerciaux à travailler avec nous dans le développement et la promotion de notre tourisme. Durant votre séjour au Burundi, nous vous encourageons à sortir de vos chambres d'hôtel et d'aller goûter nos offres touristiques dans notre ville chaleureuse qui abrite la capitale économique de notre cher pays et même visiter les autres coins du pays, que ce soit dans les communes ou dans les provinces. Le pays n'est pas trop vaste, il y a moyen de circuler jusqu'à l'intérieur, visiter la source du Nil, visiter Gasumo Kamwaro, visiter tant d'autres sites touristiques dans la province de Rutana et ailleurs. Je suis informé que le ministère du Commerce, des Transports, de l'Industrie et du Tourisme a tout fait et mis en place des arrangements pour nos partenaires commerciaux afin d'échantillonner certaines de nos attractions, en particulier le riche partagé les uns avec les autres pendant l'Expo à travers des expositions, les séminaires, le forum d'investissement, les séances de réseautage et les voyages de familiarisation et créer des partenariats durables, significatifs et productifs. Encore une fois, c'est au nom de la communauté des hommes et femmes d'affaires et des citoyens burundais de réaffirmer notre engagement à travailler avec vous tous en vue du développement et de la promotion du tourisme dans la région. Nos portes sont grandement ouvertes pour les investisseurs, non seulement dans le tourisme, mais aussi dans les secteurs économiques connexes. Before concluding my speech, my pleasure is to thank and to congratulate all participants. God bless you. Thank you to all for kindly attention. Have a good day. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Je vous remercie. Je vous remercie encore une fois tout le monde de votre aimable attention et que vive la coopération internationale, que vive la coopération régionale, en particulier dans la communauté est-africaine. Vive le Burundi. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Le Seigneur vous bénisse tous. Merci.
Merci à son Excellence, Monsieur le Vice-président de la République du Burundi, le représentant du secrétaire général de l'EAC. S'il vous plaît, une photo de famille et vous serez suivi aussi vous serez suivi par d'autres participants. Ego turabandanya murakoze cyane ku mwanya mwaduhaye. Francis, sinziko micro.
Ego pour la photo de famille. Twagira dusabe yuko muza kurindira nyene icubahiro ikiga cyo mukuru w'igihugu bwa mbere niwe aza gutangura anyimbera utsa kugira ifoto ari kumwe n'abandi banyacubahiro baza kuba bari kumwe, hanyuma acakurikira abashikiranganje kumbure n'ivyegira vyabo n'abaserukira ibihugu vyabo, hanyuma acakurikira kandi abaserukiye ibihugu bitandukanye n'uwaserukiye ivy'ingenzi hamwe n'ishirahamwe JZ. Twagira dusabe rero abajejwe protocol ko boheza bamaze kuraba aho hantu ako foto tugira tugafatira mu mwanya boca rero batubarira tukaja mwako gafoto. Reka ndabona intebe ziko ziregera uko barategura.
ni mu byagire kugira ngo agafoto gashobore gufatika neza. Ego
twosaba abatimbo ko badufasha gato
twagira dusabe rero ku ifoto ikurikira abaserukira ibihugu n'abashikiranganji, abaserukira ibihugu hamwe n'abashikiranganji. We would like to ask for the second photo. Please, all ambassadors and ministers, please join this photo right now. I think they're ready, so the photo can be taken. All ambassadors and ministers, please join for the photo. Okay, we would like to ask the ministers and ambassadors to please leave the place, and then for the next ones who are going to be the on voulait alors demander à ceux qui sont les secrétaires permanents des ministères et assistants des ministères qu'ils puissent aussi venir pour la photo.
And the dramas are among the fix that Burundi sent, and the national parks, Ruvubu, and parks of national parks, Rusizi and Lake Tanganyika. Those are the fix that Burundi has. And remember that Burundi is small, but more than 30 titles of attraction. And now it is being shown by the vice president, who is now looking at most of the touch that Burundi has. Tugatwibutse yuko rero Burundi ari agahugu gato mugabo gafise ibiratwa byinshi cyane, bikaba birenga amajana 29, muri ibyo 123 bikaba byaremejwe n'Uburundi, hanyuma n'igisata mpuzamakungu iby'ingenzi. Muri ibyo turavuga cyane cyane ikiyaga cya Tanganyika, gisanzwe ari ikiyaga gira kabiri gifise ubwo bwaguke canke ubujakuzimu burebure hahamuye ikiyaga kiri mu Burusiya cyitwa Baikal. Hama twaba dufise ingoma zikaba zikomeye cyane ngaha mu Burundi, zikaba zikwega ingenzi, tukaba mbese tunafise parke national, ukuvuga imbogo z'ibikoko, tukaba dushobora tuvuga Ruvubu, twavuga ikiyaga ikibira c'Uburundi kiri ngaha haruguru Iteza, kiba gifatanya hafi ntazi 5. Twaba dufise kandi n'imico myiza cyane yo kwakira abarundi. Hama nta kawa tutakibagiye, akawa kameze neza. Aho rero niho vice president w'Uburundi nyakubahwa ariho atatembera kugira ngo ababijejwe bamwereke yuko dufise igihugu cyiza. Rero duhamagarire cyane abagwiza tubi bishobora kuba muri iki kintu. Then I want to remind that this event is taking place and is sponsored by 6 countries. The six countries include the DRC, who is now joining this community. Now Burundi Vice President is now visiting the Burundi tent. Then remember that Burundi is the second country to hold this meeting. Then we are just this event takes annually. It will take place in all partner cities that makes ESA community, and as we are just hoping, we want to make East Africa as one destination, one tourist destination. Is this one? Burundi is honored to have this event, and now Vice President is still on Burundi tented. And I profit this occasion to invite all the investors to invest in this sector, towards this sector, which Burundi is considered till now is still vision. And I want to inform people that everything from East Africa is included here in the center people of Bujumbura. You can meet all the businessmen from all East Africa. You can change experience. You can talk. You can even change. You can interconnected in networking. And networking cyari kuri politike y'Uburundi, abacaraba ingene icyo Burundi bushobora kumarira, icyo bushobora gukorera East African Community mu byerekeye ibyo ishobora kudandaza. Ubu rero turasaba abantu bose batashoboye kuronka amahirwe yo gushika no gusi ngaha gusidukana niyo kugira ngo baze barabe ntibazorudi kuriha amatike baja muri Tanzania baja muri Uganda baja muri Kenya ariko ibintu babizanye ngaha kugira ngo bose babyirabire babibona. Ubu rero ni gahimbare ngaha kuri Cercle Peak, himbare kuri Cercle Peak kubera dufise abashitsi bavuye hirya no hino. Tubibutse yuko umuryango w'ibihugu bya Afurika y'ubuseruko ari ibihugu bya Burundi, Rwanda, Tanzania, Kenya na the East African community is composed with 6 countries, including DRC, who is in which recently joined the community, Republic of Rwanda, Republic of Uganda, Republic of Kenya, United Republic of Tanzania, South Sudan, and they are all welcome here in Bujumbura to enjoy the climate.
Niendelee kushuka. Niko na wawili niendelee kushuka au David NTTT
deuxième édition de la conférence exposition régionale du tourisme de 2020 ici au Cercle public de Bujumbura. Cet événement a été la première fois a été organisée par la République de Tanzanie. Cette fois-ci, je suis à cet honneur d'accueillir cette tous les professionnels du tourisme, tous les professionnels du tourisme, les hôteliers, tous les agents de voyage, tous les techniques et tout le monde. convié à cet événement qui est tenu une fois par l'organisé tous les pays cet événement, alors, voit la participation de tous les candidats de échange d'expériences faire le réseautage pour ces grands professionnels. Maintenant, cet événement au Burundi a été ouvert par son Excellence, le deuxième vice-président de la République du Burundi, qui est actuellement en train de visiter un national park. And if impenetrable national park, they should come here in self-repeat to Bujumbura and then check with the professionals from Uganda. And now the vice president is visiting the tent of Uganda. And then the second attraction is Mukisho National Park. Marikisho.
Those are the 600,000 kilometers. It's like taking the road. You have facilitation here, right from here. And also connected some kind of East African community. Like in Nairobi, we are flying 6 times out of here. We are flying to Kinshasa from here. Yes, it's almost like this. You have the breakfast here, then lunch is served in Kinshasa. From here, I say 8 in the morning, 8:25. Then by 1 p.m. you are already in Kinshasa. Whereas for other careers, you have to spend the night either in the Addis Ababa, in Nairobi. So Uganda Airlines has come to facilitate from there. We are going to also going to many places. We have introduced a very recently Dubai flight at a very cheap price. So welcome again at Uganda Airlines.
You may go to Uganda and visit Uganda and tell them more information. Maintenant, le vice-président de la République du Guinée, mais tu peux pénétrer ici au Burundi en certains pays comme Burundi. Vous pouvez connaître toutes les informations, toutes les professionnels ici. Vous accueillis par le vice-président de Burundi. Les chutes de Mukisho qui sont aussi localisées à Uganda. Effectivement. Eh bien, maintenant, aussi, l'Ouganda a aussi une source de données. Il faut connaître que tous les pays de l'East Africa se réclament de la source de données. Aussi, l'Ouganda a sa source de données qui est à Kindia. Aussi, il y a le tourisme culturel. Le tourisme culturel est beaucoup plus riche en Ouganda. Eh bien, c'est le vice-président Excellence qui est en train effectivement d'expérience. Et voilà, et aussi, il y a aussi des gens qui sont morts à cause des croyances. Continuons à suivre cette information. Nous invitons toujours la population de Bujumbura de venir visiter en sécurité. Nous interpellons aussi les investisseurs de venir et de se rencontrer avec beaucoup de professionnels que nous avons eu la chance d'accueillir ici sur le cercle hippique de Bujumbura. Et voilà, alors, monsieur le vice-président, Excellence Bagandanga, a ouvert ces cérémonies aujourd'hui pour marquer que les portes sont ouvertes, et pour justement marquer un pas en avant vers le développement de ce secteur touristique qui au Bujumbura. Voilà encore, c'est le tour du Rwanda. C'est le tour de la République du Rwanda, la République du Rwanda. Abavandimwe cyegera nyakubahwa mukuru cyegera cy'umukuru w'igihugu ari mu gihugu cy'u Rwanda ariko aravugana n'abaje baserukira igihugu cyiza cy'u Rwanda. Icyo gihugu rero kikaba gifise mu byo birata ibyo bita ingagi. Icyo kintu bwa mbere abantu bakeneye kubona amagoriye mu kirundi ngira tuvyita gute amagoriye mu kirundi babyita imafu imafu bakaba bafise rero na convention center. Iyo convention center ni ingoro y'amakoraniro ikomeye cyane, ikaba iri mu za mbere muri Afurika, ikaba dushobora kuyirata ubu muri exposition. Abakeneye rero ingene bizenda, abakeneye ingene yubatswe ivyiyumviro baza kubigoma kuri centre hippique de Bujumbura. Rero twashaka kandi tubabwire ko mu Rwanda bafise n'indege inyaruka cyane airline, bakaba bafite igisagara cyiza cyane cya Kigali, kikaba giteye igomwe kirimo ibiti n'ibindi. Then let's back to the people who does not understand French nor Kirundi. We are just on 10th of Uganda. The Vice President, Excellence Bazombaza, is visiting now the Uganda tent as he's still on this Republic of Rwanda. And we will ask to summarize the five top attractions that Rwanda has. We now have the Golia, and he has an event which summon all the people from over the world to come to name the Golia. And this event is very important. It's contributing a lot in making this station, this ESA destination very important. We have a convention center, a big conference center, which, if I guess, is the one in East Africa. And we are just the Vice President of Burundi, Bazombaza, is now getting some information from who is now welcoming the Vice President Bazombaza, His Excellency, which has honored this event to be held in Bujumbura, Sacred Epic. And the third, you will be surprised when you get to Kigali in 25 minutes. This is because of Rwanda Airline. Rwanda Airline, which is still visiting Rwanda visiting. Now he's moving ahead. He's moving ahead to South Sudan. The cabinet informed that the delegation of South Uganda is still coming in the airport, including the minister who is representing South Sudan. Now it flies to Tanzania. Tanzania, welcome delegation, excellent delegation from United Republic of Tanzania that you are in Bujumbura. Must enjoy this climate, this temperature, this clear, this clean of Bujumbura. Maintenant, le vice-président Excellence Bazombaza Prosper est en train de visiter un après un le stade. Maintenant, il vient de la République du Rwanda pour maintenant la République unie de Tanzanie. Je verrai que la délégation du site des Soudan est en cours. Nous venons d'apprendre par des autorités habilitées que la délégation et qu'instant ils vont venir avec des attractions cités soudanaises et qui sont une contribution pour la destination. Alors nous sommes en Tanzanie. Nous sommes en Tanzanie, vice-président, président, excellence, premier vice-président. Il est en train de visiter la Tanzanie. You that your first visit to join Tanzania. Among the national parks in Tanzania, we found Tinapa National Parks. There is Serengeti. There is Luwaha, there is Manyara National Parks, and many thousands of attractions, including Kalambo waterfalls, including Lake Ngosi. Those are the 5 attractions that we have, the five one, which comes first in Tanzania. This now, we are just welcoming the then Tanzania is a big country, a friend. Then it is a big country. Maybe the ambassador of United Republic of Tanzania will get problem to explain or to visitors what is in Tanzania. Now, maintenant, l'excellence premier président de la République du Burundi. Monsieur le vice-président, merci de faire présenter. Eh bien, l'excellence vice-président de la République du Burundi est sur le stand de la République unie de la Tanzanie. Et je vais vous rappeler brièvement les 5 attractions touristiques qui viennent premier en Tanzanie. Et vous devez aussi les deviner, c'est Kilimanjaro. Kilimanjaro qui, Tanzanie a eu la chance de recevoir son grand prix qui est le prix André Everest. Je voudrais inviter les gens, je voudrais inviter les populations parmi les parcs nationaux que la Tanzanie est en train de vendre ici au centre hippique. Eh bien, quatrième position, il y a chute d'eau de Kalambo. En cinquième position, il y a le lac Ngosi. Voilà alors les 5 attractions touristiques qui sont ici. Alors, cet événement que nous sommes
You'll see the African continent in Tanzania. Welcome to Tanzania. Karibu sana.
Haseseka amaraso n'amarira, haseseka amata n'ubukungu, abyagira ingoma n'ingingo, amahoro n'ayarasasagara, ngumva iyo nganji, amahoro n'ayarasasagara, ngumva iyo nganji.
Excellence, son Excellence est toujours sur la terre de l'East African Community. African Community ATC twashaka twibutse abandi bose n'abandera abakeneye gutembera mu Rwanda, abakeneye gutembera muri Tanzania, abakeneye kuja muri Kenya, abakeneye kuja muri Uganda, abakeneye kuja muri Sud Sudan, ntibakeneye gufata indege n'itike ya bisi gushikana kuri Cercle Epique ngahi Bujumbura ihiwanyu mu kigo kugira ngo muze mwirabire ahandi ingene bimeze, muhasumire ubwenge kandi mwongere mwiyungunganye manyaburya. Umubyeyi wacu mukuru w'igihugu yavuze yuko umuntu wese ategereza gukura amaboko mu mpuzu. Iki gisata c'ingenzero kikaba ari kimwe mu bisata bikomeye cyane bishobora gutanga akazi. Tukaba rero duhamagariye abagwizatunga bose b'Afurika kugira ngo nibatakaze uyu mwanya bazabone n'abandi bagwizatunga mu bindi bihugu bavuga n'ingene bashobora gukorana bahane inomero bamenyane kugira ngo dushobore kugira aka karere igihugu kimwe kugira ngo turonke umufuko wose uronke amafaranga. Urakoze.
Abantu what?
Nikwikiyaya ugihungabana, ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe, ewe Burundi ubucurara, ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe, ewe Burundi ubucurara. Usani juru risharijimiye, usana kayaga ko kumugoroba, usana amazi y'umusarara, ekusana Imana yakungabiye, ekusana Imana yakungabiye. zikwigina amazi atemba inyoni ziririmba bihayagiza ubutore bwawe ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi ngucurarambe ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi ngucurarambe usanga ijuru risharigiye usana akayaga ko kumugoroba usana amazi y'umusarara ekusanya Imana yakungariye ekusanya Imana yakungariye matahayima ewe Burundu uteye igomwe akayaga kagucinya nino abana bawe baguteraniye ewe Burundi kaga ko kumugoroba usana amazi y'umusarara ekusanya Imana yakungariye ekusanya Imana yakungariye ewe Burundi
w'ukuri arangwa n'umutima akamavugwa neza mu bantu bose umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'urucumu umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'umutima umugabo w'ukuri si wizigwa yicaye umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'ibikorwa bizomuteza imbere n'igihugu ciwe umugabo nyamugabo yamavuga ukuri akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose umugabo nyamugabo yamavuga ukuri akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose umugabo w'ukuri si nyamwitendako umugabo w'ukuri si nyamwitendako umugabo w'ukuri akunda ubumwe akamashize hamwe n'abagenzi biwe umugabo w'ukuri si nyamwitendako umugabo w'ukuri ukuri akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose umugabo nyamugabo yamavuga ukuri akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'urucumu umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'umutima akamavugwa neza mu bantu bose umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'urucumu umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'umutima
for you mama. Magic sings, call me the magic. Hello, hello mama, muvyeyi nkunda mbe waramutsiguke. Hello, hello mama, ikatuyaga ikondo nsutuyinite. Mama narinzi ko bizonyorohera ninamara gushika ibujumbuka, ariko ibisaba ishontera mbona imana ikweba no kuvyishura. Mama ndagukumbura nkabura n'icyungurungikira, byo bikantera amarira kubona ataco ndakumarira. Mama we nubwo biruko ndanzi ko wewe unkunda, nahise yose yunyanka kome tusengera hari umunsi bizukunda, hari umunsi nzurunka. Mama ibujumbura nakirava mu nukuri biracangora, kinirirwa ndayerera tubarika nkubita nkabwirirwa nkaburara. Nivyanga rwose mama nzoduga, nivyanga gusa mama nzoduga, nivyanga gusa mama nzoduga. Nakare ndagukumbuye, nivyanga gusa mama nzoduga, nivyanga gusa mama nzoduga, nivyanga gusa mama nzoduga. Nakare ndagukumbuye, umuryango ntakigenda, ibibazo byaragwiriye mama, twishwe n'intungu n'agahinda. Batuye bandi ishuri barahagaritse, imbabura mu nzira yabimanitse, kandi yundi mama ndahangayitse, ntibakubeshye ntacyo ndakujyanye. Sinotera imbere nkaruba mu jini, unyigisha kwizera Imana, ndazihara umunsi nzotera intambwe nini. Izuba ritukwaka uve mu mwijima, rikankura n'ishaka nzo guhindurira ubuzima. Mama ibujumbura akirava mu nukuri biracangora, kinirirwa ndayerera tubarika nkubita nkabwirirwa nkaburara. Mama ndagukumbuye mama. Oh mama mama, ndagukunda mama, nakare ndagukumbuye. Mama mama mama, yeah yeah, mama.
Master Music.
Laisse parler.
Non, toi tu joues ce que c'est eux qui font le baba.
Ah, moi je garde comme ça.
Ouais, le groupe, ouais, justement. Voilà. Ça va?
Peut-être tutafanya wakati ile fulani nakuja na mwisho.
Okay.
Ya mu gitondo ewe Burundi ukute igobwe imisozi nk'ukwisayangana nikwikiyaya bishari cinyenyeri usana kayaga ko kumugoroba usana amazi y'umusarada Ekusanimana yakungabie Ekusanimana yakungabie Yesu wakubonye mu mashoka y'inka Inyambo zawe zirikwigina Amazi atemba inyoni ziririmba zihayagiza ubutore bwawe Yesu wakubonye mu mataha y'inka ewe Burundi ukuteye igomwe akayaga
It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. One, two, three. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuiya, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. One, two, three. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuiya, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. As you ignore, there is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze. Done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect, and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect, and dance your night away at your pace.
Oh, and with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. In the inviting white sands. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect, and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining, wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. One, two, three. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. One, two, three. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuiya, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. One, two, three. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect, and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuiya, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. Heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get big.
Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. One, two, three. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community.
There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. One, two, three. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. Awaken your taste buds. Dine, connect, and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda.
One, two, three. One, two, three.
And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds. Dine, connect, and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar sands.
One, two, three.
And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums. Good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuiya, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. Take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community.
The East African community. Tembea nyumbani. There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. One, two, three. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times in Juba, South Sudan. Enjoying breakfast by the shores of the second longest river in the world and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds. Dine, connect.
An overview of some study that has been taken, that has been done by UNECA on regional tourism value chains, where we'll be looking and drawing lessons that different member states can actually be able to build on in their effort to develop the tourism. And finally, we'll pick the key messages and the policy recommendations. So we'll start with the conceptualization of African tourism. And the key to mention here is that tourism continues to be an important, the importance of tourism continues to grow in Africa. And what we are seeing here is the sector itself is a key general necessity sector, and it's increasingly being embraced within the region. Now what we have here is a number of African countries where tourism has been embraced as a key economic sector, and the performance in each one of them. So that is one where we're seeing the top 10 fastest growing tourism economies within this continent. This is data we gotten from the World Travel and Tourism Council for the data between 2009 and 2019, where we are noting the fastest growing country in terms of tourism is Sao Tome and Principe. And again, we also have the rest there, demonstrating the significance that the sector is gaining within the African continent. The other thing we also see is tourism being a driver of economic growth within this continent. And again, here we are seeing the tourism GDP as a percentage growth rate, and the Africa's GDP in general. And if you look at that figure, you will know the blue one is tourism, and the red one is the African GDP growth rate. You realize that over the period between 1995 and 2019, the annual growth rate of tourism has surpassed that of the regional GDP, meaning that the sector itself is actually performing very well and growing very fast, even beyond what the general GDP of the region is. Employer, to be a key employer within this continent, with a share, what we have here is employment share of the top 10 member states within the African region. And what we are noting in this case, in terms of the leading member states and generally in Africa, and you realize that tourism continues to be a key employer. And now what we have on the other side is a chart demonstrating the percentage of jobs for both the male and female generated in tourism. And what we note is actually tourism is a bigger generator of employment for females as compared to men. And so this is a sector to embrace if we are looking at a gender parity and equality in the workplace within the continent. In terms of the African global share, this is where the challenge is. That African tourism global share is small and is declining. And I repeat that. As much as we are seeing tourism being key within this continent, data from the World Travel and Tourism Council demonstrates that actually the global share of African tourism is declining as time goes by. You can be able to see in the first diagram, the African share of global tourism, GDP. We have been just ranging, the highest has been around 2.23 of the global GDP share between the year 1995 all the way to the year 2019. But on the other side here, we are comparing the world vis-a-vis arrivals and comparing that with that of Africa. And you can just be able to see that for sure, the Africa's receipts per tourist arrival are always and all through have been lower than the global average. And so looking at the region, that's regional tourism within Africa, I need to start by mentioning that 80% of tourists travel within their regions, and this is a global statistic. In other words, to try to say, in every region in the world, on average, 80% of the arrivals in either the country or the region should actually be coming from the same region. And now, this is what we are noting here. If we compare the data, the very first chart there, looking at the total arrivals vis-a-vis the African one. Now, let me start with the first one. you note that we're comparing the international arrivals and the regional arrivals. And looking at France, in regional arrivals are the highest, taking almost 80%. In Spain, they are around 90%. Look at USA, around 60 there. China, it's actually even higher than the rest. And this is what you're talking about. That much of tourism should be generated from the region itself. But that is the case for Africa. Now, the second figure we have here down is for the 2005 to 2018 receipts per tourist arrival in Africa. What you are noting here, the case is totally the opposite. That while we'll expect more of the visitors to arrive from the region, what we are noting in Africa is that majority of the arrivals are actually international, not regional. And this now can be telling of why our global share continues to be really minimal and dwindling as time goes by. So we looked at what exactly drives this regional tourism, as important as it is. What are these drivers that we can be able to cite that if we focus on this as a region, then we can be able to move towards the numbers and the percentages that we're talking about here. One is the level of trade and political integration within the region. I can't overemphasize on that one. But the second one is the state of destination development. And in this case, when we talk about destination development, we are focusing on two key areas. One, the attractions being relevant to the regional markets. I should talk more about that. Now, the reason why a Kenyan would cross to go and tour Tanzania, it cannot be the same that would attract international client there. Tanzania and Kenya, they share almost the same product. And so then what we are trying to say, if Kenyans are going to move between Kenya and to Tanzania, or Tanzanians come the way to Kenya, then what you are offering must be relevant to that given regional market. And that's one key thing that we have noted here. And secondly, tourism and travel infrastructure. And what we are looking at here is the infrastructure that is relevant to the regional tourism and priced the right way, particularly the accommodation. The third one is the ease and cost of destination accessibility. Two things here. Is it possible for one to move between one destination and one member state to the other? And how costly is that? The level of connectivity, the availability of the flights themselves, and at how much are they costing? So that's what you're looking at here in number 3. And of course, not just about the flights, even other means of accessibility between the member states. And the fourth one is the ease of traveler movement within the region. Fortunately, within the ESC, the visa regime has been relaxed, so you don't need a visa to move within this region. Can we move further and have the ID? I'm waiting to do a study at some point, and we are looking forward to that, to see the impact of using the national ID for interregional travel. And since we have 3 countries that are doing that currently, that is Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, what to see? Is there a comparative difference compared to those who are using their passport and those who are using their national ID to access these countries? That's something that we can be able to look at and see whether that justifies further decision to actually enable other members to go that direction. And finally, deliberate marketing strategy that focuses on the regional tourism. Deliberate marketing strategy focusing on regional tourism. A good example that I will cite here is a marketing strategy developed by South Africa, specifically focusing on Kenya as a market, and other, of course, other regional markets. Now, what you're looking at in this case then is that these numbers and the visitor will not just come to your country. You must be able to take a deliberate action to actually come up with a marketing strategy that will specifically focus and target on them. And so that being the case, the other thing that we also noted out of some correlation that have been done between tourist arrivals and exports. And this data has been done from data from UNWTO, compiled between the year 2006 to 2015. And what has been noted is actually the higher the numbers of tourist arrivals. I think some data, some figures are missing in here. On the y-axis is the tourist arrivals, and then the other one is the exports. And what has been noted is the number of arrivals increase, so does the level of exports between the pairing countries. So if you're looking at the level of tourist arrivals between country A and country B, then the higher the increase, the same also the amount of exports or the amount of trade between the two countries. And so that therefore even further justifies the need to boost intra-African tourism so that you can also reap the trade benefits that may also come through the same. Now, we had time also to look at the lessons you can draw from COVID-19, and again, still looking at the future of tourism in Africa. Is it global? Is it going to be regional? And so that's what we want to look at here. And picking from the impact of COVID-19, we looked at the arrivals, and what we noted between the year 2020 and 2021 out of our analysis here, we actually noted arrivals and receipts significantly were affected in Africa. And this is what we are noting. But that will not be very key until we compare this with the others. Take me to the next page, please. Okay, thank you. Now, what we have here is a comparison between the different regions of the world as per the UNWTO, but this data we have picked it from UNCTAD, their 2021 data. And out of this analysis, you realize the East Africa, in terms of estimated GDP losses by region, out of a reduction in tourism, the Eastern Africa region is actually the second highest globally in terms of the regions that are going to suffer the highest amount of losses arising from the COVID-19 impact. And so this is what we are having, negative 6.1 against a world average of 1.9. So this therefore underscores the need to grow the intra-regional tourism. And we decided to look at which is the best way of going about this. And we want to use the TVC or the tourism value chains pathway. Now, what we note is Africa's participation in the tourism global value chains is low. And this is low, number one, due to weak domestic capacities and non-existent regional value chains, which are again due to weak intersectoral linkages. And so what do we have as a result? High value added import inputs coming into the region. So we're saying globally we look at the level of integration of our regional tourism as Africa, we are noting first of all it's quite low. And what is causing this? Domestically within the region, our capacities are weak as far as tourism is concerned. And two, we don't have well-developed regional value chains. And this one, as a result that we do not have strong intersectoral linkages between tourism and the other sectors of the economy. Now, what this therefore means, as much as you are going to be getting high value-added imports coming into the sector, then this will lead to high leakages of tourism revenues. Now, we cited a few examples here, 5 of them actually. In the EAC as a whole, it has the highest foreign-based expenditure. What we mean by this is the amount of money that the tourist pays, how much of it, what percentage finds its way to the region. And what we are seeing, a higher percentage of what should come to East Africa is actually left within the source markets. Number 2 is that we look at Zanzibar, and in Zanzibar, only 16% of the resort requirements are locally sourced. So they can only be able to supply themselves 16%, meaning 84% of what resorts in Zanzibar require have to come from outside that region. The other one we're also seeing in Botswana, 70% of agricultural inputs are imported. Now, here we are only focusing on tourism alone. And then again, in Gambia, 60% of the value is lost, so they only retain 40%. And in Senegal, the weak linkages between hotels and agricultural sector also exists, meaning that much of what they use there, they have to import it elsewhere. These are just a few cases, and you can actually be able to look at your own country and see what percentage of what should be spent by the visitor is actually retained. How much are you able to supply to your tourism sector locally? Because if you are unable to supply, then it means it's coming from outside. And these are the kind of leakages that we're talking about here. So we need then to look at what has been done within the continent. What are some of the efforts that have gone towards harmonizing the tourism efforts? And I just mentioned a few here. Now, previously, what we have been having is most of the policies within this region have been inward looking and have been focusing on the narrow Western tourist markets. It's nothing particularly, I happen to come from Kenya. And it is all through we knew tourists are supposed to be coming from the Western world. So no one ever thought that the blacks could also be part of the so-called tourists. But things are changing. But that's what you're saying. That any policy that we have had previously, including our marketing policies and strategies, our destination development strategies, our tour operations, all of them, the biggest focus has been on the narrow Western tourist market, forgetting the big market within the African continent. But things are changing. At the year 2004, the AU NEPAD came up with the first regional approach, that is the African Tourism Action Plan. That's the very first effort at a continental level to actually come up with a harmonized tourism policy. And this one was meant to address industry challenges. Then this was followed by what we are noting now is the prioritization of the tourism industry, and actually is at the regional level. As early as 1994, COMESA, the treaty was put in place, and one of the areas they focused on was tourism. 1998, SADC also came up with a protocol on the development of tourism. We also have some regional initiatives like what will be presented here by Simon on the ESC tourism marketing strategy for and then the IGAD Sustainable Tourism Master Plan, then the ECOWAS Regional Tourism Policy. All these are part of them towards harmonizing its tourism policies. But again, also there were one at the continental level. That's the African Union African Strategic Tourism Framework for the period 2019 to 2028 by the African Union. So that one provides a framework that can actually be used to develop tourism, touching on all the different aspects that are required for that sector. At the African Union, they have also come up with a number of protocols that are relevant to tourism, and I just mentioned 4 of them here. The first one is the protocol on trade and services, and this one looks at tourism competitiveness and fostering regional value chains. The other important protocol is a protocol on free movement of persons, the right of residence, and the right of establishment. Again, this one is intended to spur intra-Africa travel and investments. The other one is the program for infrastructure development, that PIDA. And this again, what it focuses more on is actually enhancing destination accessibility across the entire region. And finally, we have got the Sukru decision and the single African air transport market, which all these are, focused on enhancing connectivity and creating cost competitiveness within the air travel within the entire region. So as we look at this, as much as we are seeing these are meant to, at the end of the day, to realize increased tourism value chains across the region, a number of factors have been noted as the limiting factors, and I think this is key to us, that we look at how can we be able to address this, because so long as they exist, then we will face these kind of limitations. The first one is the lack of human capital. This is a challenge across the entire region. Lack of financial capital, and including limited access to credit resources. Lack of organization of the sector itself. The location barriers for the people who live far from the tourism sites. We're also seeing lack of market power, and this results from difficulties on ownership or control over resources. Then the low bargaining power against the foreign tourism investors, the limited capacity to meet tourist requirements, and others including unfavorable regulatory and red tapes. So some including, where some of the members or some players are excluded from the registered and promoted categories of tourism facilities. The borrowing from the lessons that we're picking from all that and the need for a regional value chain, we did some study through the ESC, that's the ECA, Economic Commission for Africa, tried to just look at the regional tourism value chains, and we used Kenya as a case study. Now, the concept of TVC is that it does seek to deepen tourism linkages with other sectors of the local economy. Now, this is done as a measure to check economic leakages and enhance broader economic development, which would come from the increased integration of the host economy into the different nodes in the entire trip life cycle. So at the end of the day, what you're looking at here is how do we contain economic leakage by ensuring that we link tourism to the other sectors of the economy. That's what the idea of TVC is all about. And so this is just a diagrammatic representation of the tourism value chain, which tries to show us the primary actors, that are the suppliers, the intermediaries, both the travel wholesalers, the inbound tour operators, the outbound ones, the travel agent. But what you're looking at here is connecting the supplier with the final consumer. But in this, within this value chain, again, we also have the secondary actors who play a role in all this. And so what you're looking at is now the level of integration between the primary actors and the other actors within this value chain. Meant to strengthen the weakest links by addressing any possible bottlenecks in the chain. So as we map the value chain, what we look at is which are these linkages or which are these nodes and how are they linked with each other and how strong is those given linkages. So there's new lead firms at the end of the, new lead firms and markets. Now the approach itself includes 5 key steps. And these are the ones that we used within this study. 1, we map the tourism value chain nodes. We identify value chain actors, we identify existing linkages and initiatives, and identify solutions to any bottlenecks and formulate a supportive policy framework. So using this, I just want to mention what exactly do we find out using Kenya, and from here we'll draw some few lessons that we feel are applicable within the region. Overall, we are looking at endeavoring regional TVC opportunities and policy recommendations for Kenya, focusing on the 3 major areas. 1, the employment generated. 2, the level of linkage with the local and regional supply chain. And the 3rd one, the value that tourism generates to travel intermediaries and other commissioned agencies. And so on the first one, what we found out is that Kenya's tourism sector is almost fully supplied with manpower from within the country. And so that is one of the things that we noted there. And this one has come from the policies and the efforts that have been done to promote the development of human resource within that country. The second one, what that means is that if now we look at what are the benefits that presents, that therefore means with this surplus human resource, there's a possibility of allowing the same human resource to be used elsewhere, which now provides an opportunity for the country to export African continental free trade area requirements. Now, what we need to do, because we say we want to see what the finding, what does it mean, and what kind of policy direction is needed. It needs, first of all, we map the demand. And number 2, come up with relevant policies to develop manpower in line with the identified regional demand. So you map who needs what, and then what do we need to do to develop it in the country, were also sourced from the local suppliers. Those based where the facility is, and those based elsewhere in the country. And so this therefore means there's potential to upgrade the local production to meet the demand for that sector by either enhancing local productivity or enhancing quality to match international standards. The other one that we also noted, the future developments around protected areas should also consider promoting economic activity within the buffer zones. Those are the 2 things that we note under that. And then objective number the other one, which is the final one, is on how much business does the hospitality industry in Kenya generate to the local travel intermediaries and other commissioned agents. And what we noted, both local and foreign-based tour operators benefit from business that arise from the facilities that we sampled. And as a result of this, now what we note is that local travel intermediaries do play a crucial role when it comes to enhancing and developing domestic and regional markets. Now, therefore, there's need to enhance the capacity of the local travel intermediaries, both as ground handlers or affiliate inbound tour operators, promote online travel agents, and enhance the capacity of regional tour operators to market the country within their own markets. So from here, our key messages and policy, what you have noted from the entire presentation, the importance of this sector to Africa and at the global scale is undoubted. And the tourism industry is a major player as far as employment is concerned. And also seeing the share of African tourism industry, human capital issues or dearth. And thirdly, foster research to inform tourism development and encourage full implementation of the continental tourism and related policies and protocols. The fifth recommendation is to formulate tourism marketing strategies focusing on regional markets. 6 is to undertake TVC analysis at member state level, and this one will help to identify opportunities, bottlenecks, and requisite interventions for enhancing tourism development. And finally, develop tourism master plans to ensure long-term vision and coordinated tourism development. So those are the 7 key recommendations that we draw from here for the ESC member states. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ray, for a very informative, very energetic in this afternoon and a very informative presentation. Now, I hope you have taken some more notes down, and we are going to follow the second presentation. Then we will have the question and answers session together after the other presentation has been made. But allow me to say that starting by the for its most important actually aspect, ensuring that partners set they work together, they join efforts, they allow borders to open and people to move freely across the borders. Tour operators take that every other product in tourism has got several levels of the value chain that you have to follow, and you have to make sure that every other stakeholder that is involved in each one of the levels is actually his contribution or her contribution is taken aboard. And then starting the presentation, actually, he reminded us of the very good figures that we had before the COVID-19 and the predictions, I mean the projections that we had done to ensure that we take our tourism, we promote our tourism sector and take it to another level. But however, unfortunately, we were planning from our side and the nature was planning from its own side. The COVID-19 came in and, disrupted everything. So we could not realize those figures. However, let me say that's where he concluded the first section saying there is hope and there is some hope. For sure, COVID has been there. Before COVID has been there. Before we found a way of, doing what we are supposed to do to ensure that we take our sector to another level. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Ray Mutinda. This was a very interesting presentation. Once again, I wish people to keep with their notes. And now on this note, allow me to call upon Mr. Simon Hiarie. This is the champion of the tourism, the whole tourism sector in the East African community.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, as you have heard, my name is Simon Kerry. I'm Principal Tourism Officer at the EAC Secretariat, in charge of tourism and wildlife management. And actually, I work with the guidance of the Director of Productive Sectors, so all credit should go to him. Having heard the presentation from Dr. Ray Muntida, looking at Africa in general and a few countries in East Africa, what I'm going to share is on the EAC Tourism Marketing Strategy 2021-2025. And we got a lot of support in terms of technical assistance in developing the strategy from the Economic Commission for Africa. And that means whatever he was sharing is going to be reflected in our strategy because we are trying to implement recommendations from also UNECA and other partner states. I always like to make this presentation of saying who we are. Okay. As EAC, we're saying EAC is one of the 8 regional economic communities recognized by African Union. And I'm sharing there some logos of the RECs, or regional economic communities in Africa. And those numbers are reflecting their performance in terms of regional integration. And that considers all aspects: trade integration, political, common market, even infrastructure, financial, and so we should be proud of our region. And when we are talking about our integration, we are happy. That includes tourism. And we are those members, Republic of Burundi, and our newest member, the new kid on the block, Democratic Republic of Congo, Republic of Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Uganda, and United Republic of Tanzania. And most of them are represented in this expo in one way or the other. For us, when we talk about integration, we are guided by our Bible. We call the Treaty Establishing East African Community, and it has about 153 articles. And tourism is quite important. The treaty has dedicated a whole article to stipulate how we should cooperate in terms of tourism. And the article says we are to develop a collective and coordinated approach to the promotion and marketing of quality tourism into and within the community. And this involves coordinating policies and also develop a common code of conduct for private and public tour and travel operators, standardize hotel classification, and harmonize the professional standards of agents, and again develop regional strategy for tourism promotion whereby individual efforts of partner states are enforced by regional action. And actually, when we are developing the marketing strategy, we are responding to the call of the last bullet there. Talking about why we value tourism as a region and why it's considered important, we'll see its contribution to GDP. It's quite high, and that's why you find they put a lot of emphasis in terms of tourism promotion. Go to their stand, there are quite many compared to the others. So they value tourism. Other countries, we find, for instance, Republic of Kenya, about 10%. We have Uganda, but average is 17%. In terms of employment, 7.17. So it's quite important. And this data was generated when we were doing the marketing strategy. Here we are trying to link the EAC treaty and what we are doing in tourism, because as you are aware, we have 4 pillars of integration. We have the customs union, and I believe all of us are aware how far we have gone in terms of integrating in terms of customs union, common market, monetary union, and political federation. Those are the pillars which anchors our integration. And then we have Vision 2050 that spells out our vision for that time, 2050, and we develop 5-year development strategies. Now we are implementing the 6th one, and talks a lot about tourism. And we are developing the protocol on tourism and life management. For tourism policy, we are yet to have a coordinated policy. That's where we are marking it red. That we have traffic lights that code our achievements. For tourism policy, we are yet to do that. But we have gone ahead, we developed e-tourism marketing strategy because that we found that to be very urgent. We also developed an EAC tourism recovery plan following COVID-19. And then those are some strategic actions that we have focused on in terms of priorities, reviewing classification criteria and training program. Last week we had a meeting whereby we were for our hotels. Also tourism expos. It's one of our priority actions, and this is the second one. It's really important in terms of joint tourism promotion. We also have minimum standard for tour operators, travel agents, tour guides, community-based tourism enterprises, and privately run tourist attraction sites. By GIZ to do media campaigns. I'll talk about that later. Then we have done tourism, a promotional video. We are doing a bit of capacity building. And Tourism Barometer is coming up with a tool to measure our tourism in the region. We're also developing an e-catalog that is highlighting all the attraction sites that we have. And then EAC tourist visa. There is a long debate or prolonged debate on implementation of single tourist visa. In terms of marketing strategy, quickly, the vision is to make EAC the leading sustainable regional tourism destination in Africa as a block. We are leading in other sectors, so even in tourism, we should be the leading sustainable regional tourism destination. And the mission is to develop and promote inclusive and sustainable intra-regional and international tourism across the region. So we have picked the spirit of developing intra-regional tourism, even in our mission. And those are the main objectives: developing regional, international, competitive, multi-destinational tourism product, offering high-quality travel experience. That means we develop packages where a tourist can travel from one country close to the other with a lot of ease. Dr. Mutija talked about Kenya, Tanzania. We can have a tourist come to East Africa, goes to Tanzania, then crosses the border to Kenya without problems and enjoying quality tourism. The same Rwanda, Uganda, that should happen, Burundi, Tanzania, so we are trying to do. Then position and market EAC as a leading regional tourism destination. Branding East Africa, that is our next assignment. No brands that are going to inform the regional brand. Then building institutional capacity of our secretariat. We are quite few in number. To enable us develop and market the region as a tourism destination of choice. And financing has been a problem, both at the national level and the regional level. So we need to come up with innovative mechanism. This strategy has been for hotels, restaurants, and other tourist accommodation facilities. This is following a directive of the Sectoral Council, which has been studied since 2015. But now we are happy we have moved a bit, and we are going to submit the documents for the approval. I talked about minimum standards. Those are validated and approved by the Sectoral Council. So we are remaining with the approval of the council so that we start implementing that. Capacity building, I believe most of us are aware of an initiative that we are doing together with GIZ in terms of building capacity of tourism service providers along the entire value chain, tour operators, travel agents, tour guides, SMEs, youth, women, and we're able to reach 3,400 participants across the region through online sessions and in-person sessions. And then we were able to have the first regional tourism expo hosted by URT in October, and now we are having this one. Then we supported joint tourism promotion at Karibu Fair, Kili Fair, that was from 3rd, 5th. We support from GIZ again. They are main development partners when it comes to tourism. Then regional tourism media campaign, we started that in November last year. We are continuing through a promotional video that actually the director talked about this morning, and we are showing it here. The quality is good, and we encourage us to share that video. And then e-catalog of all the offerings that we have in the, some highlights, Kili Fair, EAC Regional Tourism Expo. And the idea is to position this as a leading expo in Africa. And then the media campaign, Tembea Nyumbani, that's encouraging you to travel within the region. Those are just pictures we took. We have been doing joint promotion at WTM and ITB. WTM is in London, takes place in November. ITB Berlin in March every year. Those are our leaders when we were doing the joint tourism promotion, where we used to make joint statement that we are a single tourist in Tanzania. So if we carry this forward and we have an annual event, that's going to actually enhance visibility of Burundi as a tourism destination. These are just some highlights in terms of source markets. I'll not belabor this because Dr. Lei shared a lot on this. But Europe has been our major market in terms of percentage. We get about 21% of our tourists from Europe. Africa is quite huge in terms of numbers, 60%. But again, it's not like other regions. We have America, which is still low, and Middle East, a very small percentage. Those are markets we should venture into. For this is distribution of our markets in terms of country by country. Burundi, they get a lot of their tourists from Africa, 29%. From East Africa alone, it's 25%. And from the rest of the world, it's quite low. So they need maybe to work on that. Kenya, that's a distribution. 30% is Europe. And we are saying over-reliance on international markets could be a challenge when we have things like COVID-19. For East Africa, 25%. That's equivalent to what Burundi get from our region. Go to Rwanda. Looking at the distribution, Rwanda quite high in terms of the rest of Africa, 45%. In East Africa is 43%. We are going to have the expert from the Rwanda Development Board. Tanzania, also international market, is quite high at 4%. For Uganda, the East African market is quite huge. For this market, our main market as East Africa has been actually now, up to 2019, USA, UK, India came in. Actually, Germany was ahead of India, but India is growing as a market. Italy, France, Netherlands, and Canada. But we find some of the markets are shrinking. In terms of category, you find it varies from country to leisure is a small portion, but business is this to do with meetings, conferences. But in terms of spend, it's shown in green. In Kenya, you find quite huge in terms of domestic spend compared to international. The same with Uganda. Uganda, you find they have a huge foreign because theirs is more intra-regional. These are market segments, again, leisure and holiday especially. Kenya, in terms of leisure, it's quite huge. Tanzania, again, beach tourism, wildlife tourism. Uganda, 19%, and Rwanda, 8%. For here, we don't have the Republic of Burundi because of data issues. Looking at visiting friends and relatives, the green one, Rwanda and Uganda, they're doing quite well, also part of tourism. So we should encourage our relatives to enjoy our tourist attractions so that they spend within our country when they visit. Again, Kenya, visiting friends and relatives, about 15%. That's the distribution. I don't know whether you'll be able to see this, but this comes from the marketing strategy when the experts sat and they were trying to look at the strengths per partner state. And I will focus on Burundi where we are. You find in terms of cultural tourism, we are talking about the Drums Festival, historical site, which is deep in color. You find that you're strong in that one. Also city tours, nightlife, that has a lot of potential. And then we have sports, also it's including water sports. We have Lake Tanganyika here, that's a huge potential. And then we have education tourism. Also there is a bit of potential that was identified by the experts. So these are the areas we need to focus in terms of marketing. And we are happy we are represented by some of our development partners here, GIZ. They can talk to their country's office here. We have UNECA, they can talk to their office and start help us in developing that. And also the government to commit resources towards that. Perhaps I can talk about Kenya, wildlife safari, which is also strong in Tanzania, also strong in Uganda. Let me not belabor the drop that we had in 2020 following COVID-19. If you look at the figures that we had in 2019, which was our best year as a region, we are almost clocking 7 million tourists as a region. But following COVID, we had a drop of about 70%, and we came to 2.25 million tourists. And we had projected to reach 3.5 million or 3.6 million in 2021. We are a bit lower than that, but we hope if we accelerate the efforts in terms of joint tourism promotion, we can rise higher and recover by 2024. That is our hope. This is just to share the trends per partner state. The top one is Kenya. Director talked about other challenges that we have been having. Kenya, like in 2015, there was an issue and the tourism dropped. And then it rose again. It's quite a resilient market, but COVID affected all of us. Burundi, we were informed we could be having challenges with terms of statistics, but I think the trend is a bit low. Also, it's a new destination, but we believe we'll be able to grow this to hit even 1 million within maybe the next 3-4 years. We are doing about 250 or close to 300,000. So Tanzania, it's in yellow, but you find all of our partner states are affected. I would request Tourism Board to actually share with us about the recovery in case I fall. These are projected tourism arrivals according to our marketing strategy. If we do enhancing our efforts, we go that line in between and we do full implementation, which is rarely possible with strategies, the line up there. And we hope by 2025 we can hit 7.2. If we pull our socks, we can hit 8.6 million. And we are saying the sector has a capacity of attracting 17 million tourists per year. We should not see ourselves as competitors, but help each other so that we can rise as a region. We have a huge capacity and something for everyone. A high cost of travel is another challenge. You find traveling within the region is very expensive, and we request our policymakers to help us reduce that cost in terms of taxation, in terms of other barriers that we have put there. Then inadequate funding, and also unharmonized tourism statistics. Where we have data gaps, we have our partners who are helping address that. This is just a table showing our priority interventions. I talked about branding. We have started working on that or conceptualizing that together with our partners, and hopefully by next year we should have East African tourism brand, regional and domestic tourism campaigns. Now we have a tourism video that we are doing in terms of promotion. Multi-destination packages, we work with the private sector to ensure we develop that. And that's one thing that can be supported by even the farm trips that we are having. Finalizing review and implementation of classification criteria. We hope by June we should have finalized that and start implementing. Minimum standards, we finalize that. Regional expos every year. Capacity building, we need to work with the tourism boards to enhance their capacity where it's required, and also private sector. Then finalizing the protocol on tourism. Tourism barometer is a statistical tool that we are developing, and we have started meeting on this, so that we have, like in each partner state, we have a center of excellence for tourism training. As Dr. Mutida said, we need a lot of development of human capital. So we need centers of excellence, one regional one, a national one. And then harmonization of curriculum, so that we train our people using the same curriculum, both in tourism, wildlife, innovative and sustainable tourism, funding for tourism, marketing and promotion, addressing high cost of travel and poor connectivity through single airspace. I think these are a discussion that we have to keep moving forward. And then developing a regional policy, and finally implementing the guidelines for COVID.
Thank you very much, Simon. And once again, this is a brilliant presentation. I won't say much because you have already said it all, and it was very clear. But let me say that maybe you really presented ESC very well. Who we are ESC and an integration regional economic community. And we have so many things that we do in common as a partner state of ESC. Among of them, because they are key, so many areas, among of them tourism. And this is where we are now to ensure that we promote this sector. Allow me to say also that just pick it from the challenges that you just, the one you just mentioned about stiff competition among partner states, which wasn't really supposed to be there, because if you are dealing with integration, competition shouldn't be an issue. Sovereignty issues, selfishness. You know, even a partner states they can be selfish. One saying, no, we have this, let me say something that will not be controversial. A mountain in Gitega belongs to Burundi, but it also belongs to East Africa. As if you go and promote East Africa as one destination, you will be talking about a mountain in Gitega, Burundi. Burundi being a member of East Africa. And the mountain won't be displaced. You want to shift it from Burundi, Gitega, and take it to Uganda. You want to take Rwenzori from Uganda and take it to... we brand the region as one single tourism destination, and then we have to make sure that wherever you go, if you're a Tanzanian, you promote Kilimanjaro, but at the same time you promote the mountain in Gitega. You promote Karisimbi, you promote the Virunga chain between DRC, Rwanda, and Uganda. So that's what I wanted to emphasize a little bit. Integration requires that we move ahead of our traditional thinking and our own self, and move to one single East African community. The intervention, I want to say something. I want to say anything. I think, as you have seen, this sector, we are trying to be forward-looking, and we are trying to be proactive and make it up, because we have lost a lot of time. And the time is now that we move ahead quickly. There is no time to waste anymore. Thank you very much once again for your attention. Allow me to, before I call in the team of MCs, because they have now to take it up. And I need a clap because I did their job. So invite our panelists from our partner state, our agencies, tourism agencies from our partner state, tourism boards. The first two panelists is Eddie Kiria. Eddie Kiria is from our tourism board from Uganda, and is a board member. Please have a seat. The second panelist is Uma Abineza, is from the Rwanda Development Board. Please, Uma, have a seat. And you need to go to the direction where I'm showing you. So I want you to come here. And the next one is Joseph Oroto. Please, Joseph Oroto, Director, General Stat for Tourism, Republic of South Sudan. Is Oroto here around with us? Yeah, I think we may look for him, or he's not around. But the other panelist is George Nimubona, Director General, Tourism Board of the Republic of Burundi. Is George around? George Nimubona? Or George Nikiza? So George Nikiza and George Nimubona. Thank you very much, George. And the two presenters, please come back here, because we are going to adopt a different panel process, and where we will give just a minute to each, let me say 2 minutes, to each one of the panelists here. Yes. Simon? We will give just 2 minutes to each one of the panelists, except the presenters, because they have already done their job. And they will tell us about their tourism and whatever they are doing, the achievement, and what they are planning in just 2 minutes. And then after you have talked to the audience, not us responding to them. So this is the approach we are adopting. MCs, please.
Before we get started, or before we continue, I would like to remind everyone that for the translation, the channel 2 is for French, as all the presentation have been done in English. So for those who want to listen to follow, okay, those who want to listen in French, it's channel. Ceux qui veulent suivre en français, c'est le canal 2. And wowote ule anataka kufuata mambo inapitikana hapa kwa Kiswahili ni anabonyeza kwa channel ya 3. Haya. So as it was said, you'll have each of you 2 minutes to speak about your sector. Sorry, excuse me. To speak about your sector, and we hope that you'll be able to respect the 2 minutes. I'll be doing the timekeep as well, and let's hope everything goes well. So I'll start from this side, but only the presenters, you won't have the 2 minutes, as you've already done your presentation. So please allow me, sir, and I would like you, once you start, you please introduce yourself again so people can, keep knowing who's speaking. Okay?
Thank you, members. As explained previously, my name is Gladstone Mlai, Acting Director from Tanzania Tourist Board. But today, I will speak a little bit about the tourism industry. Currently, starting with the data, currently the number of the tourists increased based on the recovery of the COVID-19. Then currently we have the total number of 922. It means the number of the tourists increased about 48.2 for us at 1. But currently we have 222. It means increased about 48.6. What is going on about marketing and promotion, or what is going on in Tanzania? After COVID, we say, let's come up with the strategies, let's come up with the way how we can increase the number of the tourists, and we started with the several strategies, around 9. I hope even others, our partner states, they are doing the same, but what we are working now is to improve so as to recover or to increase the number of the tourists. First one is, after COVID-19, the marketing strategy based on the digital marketing strategies, specifically for the social medias. Currently, for the last year, we introduced the digital commanding studio. Based on the social medias, we want to promote the tourism through the Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, based on the several languages like English, French, Chinese, Spanish, and so on and so on. So we are working to improve this. So the aim is to increase the number of the tourists. The second one is participating in the road show. Currently, we introduced the name called My Tanzania Roadshow. The aim is to increase the number of the tourists. No way out. The target led to no way out. East Africa, not only in Tanzania. If we promote the destination Tanzania, also we promote the destination East Africa. If we have around 470 plus millions for the East Africa based on the tourism, even if we get 14 or 15 or 20 domestic tourists, for us it will be pleasure. But let's promote domestically, regionally, and internationally.
The clock is ticking. The clock is ticking.
Our strategies so as to promote and increase the number of the tourists, including promoting or giving the education on what do we have and how we can increase the number of the tourists. And that's why we say, let's participate in the local, regional, and international trade fairs, exhibition, and even the road show. Others for the participation of the regional and international meetings. Currently, we say not only in tourism and wildlife, even in other international meetings based on the agriculture, education, trade, and even the business forum, let participate and speak about the destination Tanzania, destination East Africa, so as we can increase the number of the tourists. Because if there is the meeting about the agriculture, to the some extent, they will, after the meeting or after the delegates, they will come and visit our destination. That's say, let participate the meeting, wherever we can, let participate on that. Another ongoing activities is to coordinate and participate in the farm trip or familiarization trip. This means that we are trying to work locally, regionally, international to invite several tour operators, several international trade medias, several influential. Once they come to Tanzania, once they come to East Africa, we hope at the end the number of the tourists will increase, and even to increase the government revenue, and even the local communities, they will benefit from it. Others, our target or ongoing on inviting the special influencers or official launching of the several films. Like currently, Tanzania, we are working with the so-called Royal Tour, will increase the number of the tourists. And the last one is the introduction and amendment of the travel advisories. Currently, we are working with the so-called travel advisories number 11, which is scheduled amended on 8th of September 2022. It means that we are trying to reduce the restrictions for the tourists or person coming to visit Tanzania, because if they have the COVID certificate, automatically there is no need for the PCR test. What is the aim of this? The aim is to follow the WHO conditions, regulation, but to simplify the issues so as to will increase the number of the tourists. But currently, based on the several seminars, presentation, the aim is to increase the number of the tourists. That is in the first round, we can say, this is the ongoing activities based on the Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So much for this quick, not so quick as well, if I would say. Please, let's have the time for, please, once again, start by introducing yourself once again and try to respect the 2 minutes. We went a little bit further with the last speaker, but let's try to remain in the limitation of 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, MC. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eddie Kiria. I am a board member at the Uganda Tourism Board, where I represent the interests of the private sector, specifically the tour operators on the board of UTB. So that basically means that I'm also into the private sector, where I am a tour operator within Uganda. Now, Explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. And as you can see, the logo is right on my left sleeve. And what were we trying to achieve with this? We were just trying to unpack Uganda as a home of everything that is rare, precious, and beautiful. And this is basically derived from our God-given nature that we have within the country that encompasses, all the flora and the fauna, the mountains, the rivers, and then the warm people that we have in our country, Uganda. So in this new brand, what are we looking at? We're trying to position Uganda as a destination for the adventure traveler, the adventure seeker. So basically, this is building onto our strength that we have with the natural attributes, that are God-given. Talking about adventure, you look at the whitewater rafting on the Nile. You look at hiking the Mount Rwenzori, or the Mountain of the Moon, as it's commonly referred to, still within the adventure space. You can go tracking the gorillas or the chimpanzees, that we have in plenty. And, we've been given acclamations as the primate capital of the world. So that's what we're trying to position Uganda for, and that's what we are doing in the leisure space of tourism. Then, of course, we are also opening up for regional and trying to grow our regional market access, specifically within the EAC community. And we've recently appointed a market destination representative who is charged specifically with growing our market share within the East African region. So that's how important the East African region is to us as one of our major source markets. And then, of course, I'll talk about our new national airline, the Uganda Airlines, that has recently been revived. And what we're doing here is trying to improve on the interregional connectivity and us to be able to both bring in business into Burundi, but also bring in business into our country. So that's another milestone that we've achieved. Then the other element that we're trying to do also is to conduct classification and grading of our hotel facilities in Uganda based on the EAC protocols. And this is one of the way of standardizing service quality within the region and ensuring that we offer the best customer service and quality to all the visitors that come within our country, Uganda. Then we are also pushing for investment. We want to attract investors from within the region to come and invest into our tourism industry, because one of the best ways to boost East African tourism as one block is to have people from Rwanda come and invest in Uganda, Ugandans go and invest in Burundi, you know, Kenyans go invest in Tanzania. So in so doing, you know, you put your eyes where the money is. But it's very hard to put your eyes where, where your money is not. So ideally, that's what we're trying to do, to encourage as many investors to come into our space, specifically a lot of opportunities in marine tourism along the Lake Victoria shores, and also transportation and maximizing on our marine tourism in Lake Victoria. Then, of course, lastly, one of the intentional strategies that we've adopted as Uganda in trying to boost intra-regional travel is adopting Swahili as one of the official languages in Uganda. Ideally, you cannot sell a destination to your neighbor whom you can't communicate to and you can't understand each other. Now, the lowest hanging fruit that we realized was Swahili language that largely binds all of us in East Africa, including Congo, who are the new kids on the block. So we believe that since Swahili has been inculcated into the curriculum of our education system, EAC efforts in trying to integrate and speak as one block. With that said, I thank you for listening and looking forward to engaging further. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Thank you for from our brother from Uganda. Let's come back to this side. Is it okay? Can you hear me? Okay. Let's come back here with the first panelist here on this side. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Yourself, please.
I wish I had the talent of speaking about a destination like Eddie. I just felt like I should go to Uganda right now. But that tells you about the beauty of East Africa in general. Anyone that would stand up here would conversantly, you know, with simple words describe the beauty, the climate, you know, of the attractions of East Africa. And generally that should make it very easy for us to sell the destination as one single block. I will not deviate a lot from what other panelists have mentioned in terms of, you know, recovery and strategies. It's pretty much the same. Ni kama kupika mchele, maji, sufuria, and fire. It's only a couple of things that change here and there, but I would maybe just give an update on our recovery so far, because I think it's a lot of good news that most destinations in the East African bloc are looking towards sort of recovery, and recovery at a higher speed as opposed to what was predicted before. You know, I think these levels of recovery were predicted for 2025 or late 2024. But if you're looking at recovery of around 80%, 60% in terms of arrivals and revenues, then that is very, very good news. But on the side of Rwanda, the tourism revenues are currently at 80% recovery level. we are basing this on 2019. Literally, 2019 was almost everyone's last best year. So it has sort of become like a benchmark. Whatever recovery that we are looking at, whatever yardstick we are putting, it's for 20. Rwanda has so much invested in the infrastructure to try and grow meetings, business tourism, and it is really, really contributing to the economy. As opposed, in comparison to 2019, we have surpassed the growth rate in terms of growth. So we have surpassed 2019 by 13%. I think this is courtesy of so much effort that we put in controlling the COVID pandemic, on how we handled it, the seamlessness at the airports, the seamlessness in the national parks, the seamlessness of the meetings and everything. This sort of allowed for meetings to come back to Rwanda, for events to come back to Rwanda really, really, really quickly as well. And then also to bolster that as well is some bit of other infrastructures that have been, that have come up. Like I think like the state-of-the-art arena that we have in Kigali right now. This has, has given us an opportunity to have partnerships with the NBA to try and promote basketball, and this has brought us the Africa Basketball League. So this is one of the factors that has helped us to recover in our MICE tourism. But other than that, there are some other strategies, that we are trying to ensure we keep and invest in a little bit more to try and have a recovery a little bit faster, but also grow tourism in general. That's one of those is sports. There's some events that we have grown. These are locally grown events like the Tour de Rwanda. I think some member states, particularly Tour d'Italia, coming to Rwanda to participate in this event. So it brings in a lot of people and it gives confidence to other event organizers. This also has given us an opportunity, a platform to launch, to bid and win for the 2025 World Championships. And in 2025, Rwanda will be home of 2025 cycling championships that will bring in over loads. One of our key highlights at the Mountain Gorillas. And it's usually portrayed as Rwanda is a little bit expensive in terms of the price that is paid for the gorillas. But we tend to have an explanation for that, in that we're looking so much at conservation for the mountain gorillas. 5-8 years ago or 10 years ago, these were almost going extinct. But now, because of efforts together with other member states, the gorilla numbers have grown, and so we have to keep increasing the price if we are to keep investing in the conservation of these mountain gorillas. During COVID pandemic, we had like incentives that we put. For example, the locals were doing it at $200. The East Africans as well, residents, were doing it at $200. But then we extended it to $500 for expats or foreign residents in the member states. So we are praying and hoping, because we've seen the value of this, because if we look at numbers back home for gorillas, it shows that the revenues have really, really grown almost up to the same numbers in terms of the first quarter in 2019, that is the financial year. So we are hoping that these incentives can remain, and this will attract, because with the $200, we saw an increase in number of locals from Kenya and Tanzania coming to Rwanda. If you look at our numbers in 2021, you'll see that Kenyans and Tanzanians increased in number. So I think with that summary, I'll stop here, and then we could go next.
Thank you
very much.
Yes, please, Mr. from Burundi. The time is yours. The mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. MC. My name is George Nikiza, as Tebedi said. I am a member of Tourism Direct and an advisor. I will not take long to explain how far we are with our playing Burundi. This is it's very small, but it's not small because it does not have some tourist product. It's what we have first done to have the database of the all tourism product that we have. Now Burundi, we have almost, we know what we must sell, and we are sure that we have more than hundreds of products. We need natural and unnatural products that we sell. We are just trying to ameliorate the quality of these CITES. What we are just adjusting now is, for the second point, is the legal framework. Because, you know, as we have joined the East African community, there are some dispositions that they not fit the way you can work and networking with the other partner states or the countries that is out of the East Africa. And we are just looking how we can reform the administration and the legal framework so that we can be on the level of the others in terms of promoting and in terms of harmonizing the processes with the other partner states. What we are just for 3 years of promoting Burundi, we are just encouraging citizens to develop domestic tourism. This is why we have many groups that has implemented some tour in these trends to promote Burundi and to showcase what we need to know Burundi. We are also looking a way that we can have a brand or the image of Burundi, because we have now, we know that Burundi with the dramas, it has been inscribed in UNESCO, in the Patrimony of the UNESCO. Now we are looking a way to make, to be a post-product of East Africa. Beside of this, we are encouraging people to have many events in terms of promoting, and we encourage East Africa to have more festivals to be organized here, like this event, so that we can have our products be known by all over the world. In terms of promoting also, we are putting our product on online, e-tourism. There are a platform that have been initiated with Media Box, with the others, so that the product should be found anywhere on online. In terms of investment, to focus on tourism of conference tourism, because as I have said, Burundi is small, but which cannot compare the product we have with Tanzania or partner states. But we are just forcing ourselves to be completing the East African destination. When a tourist is in Tanzania, he will complete his stay by coming to Burundi, profiting our geographical destination of the other state. We are just focusing on this issue. What else? We are with having all the base of what we have to sell as a part of East African community. We are focusing ourselves on product assurance of quality. You understand? We have already begun with the classification of hotels and the restaurants. As the partner states have already said, we have the numbers of hotels that has been classified to ensure the quality of the services developed in this sector. Meanwhile, we are just opening the country. Now, the visa is issued at the airport, which nowadays, yes, I think that we have seen that now, differently from the past years, well, it takes a long to have a Burundi visa. Now it is issued at the airport. we are struggling now to make e-visa. You think that it will be something good and Burundi will be totally opened. By the way, Burundi has increased in terms of what he had. Unfortunately, COVID has stopped everything, but we have increased. The statistics are increased, even if I've seen that Burundi didn't submit the statistics we had. I think that the time that have been given is over, and when it's to say about Burundi, I cannot even finish, then I submit Mr. MC. Thank you.
Add to what we've been said here. So you're also welcome. Anyone from the audience, question or a contribution to what has been said? Maybe if you are any other one? I already have this lady here. Oh, two. Anyone else? Yeah. Okay, so we'll start by these two. If the question is directed straightly to one of the panelists, it's okay. Or it's a general contribution, it's also okay. So, yeah, microphone? Yes, we'll start by this lady here. Please start by introducing yourself, name, and maybe institution and position as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Beatrice Ekalam, and I'm from the East African community in Arusha. I have two key questions. They are general. And the first question is related to gender mainstreaming. And specifically, I would like to know, in the management and promotion of tourism in your respective countries, what are some of the gender-sensitive approaches you engage? Because I don't want to assume that this evening we have a gender-insensitive panel, and therefore the management and promotion of tourism is a male-dominated intervention. So I would like to hear that. I'm sure we've all read about safeguarding concerns in the continent, in the Gambia, in parts of Kenya. And also recently, I'm aware that Uganda is just coming out of holding a tourism promotion event in the eastern region of Jinja, which attracted a lot of debate in terms of safeguarding measures. So my question is, what are some of the safeguarding mechanisms that you put in place to support both?
Thank you. My name is Deogratis Mbara, and I work with the EAC Secretariat. And mine is just a general question. And this is regard of linking tourism, marketing, and investment attraction. What are some of, initiatives that you're undertaking that links? Yes, indeed, we have very good marketing campaigns. I've seen Expo Uganda. We have Visit Tanzania. How do we link this to investment? How well are the tour operators informed in terms of the investment opportunities? And the other one is with regard to economic linkages. And this is linking tourism with the other sectors. I know tourism is one of the best performing sectors. So how do we link it with other sectors in the economy so that there's a trickle-down effect in terms of the contribution of tourism into the economy of the partner states?
Okay, there's a third question, okay? Please, would you please pass the microphone?
Thank you, panelists, for the effort you put in to clarify a few issues about your sectors in your various partner states. Mine will go directly to the representative from the Republic of Burundi. And the concern is that actually we all, as EAC partner states, we were faced by the COVID-19 pandemic. But you realize that given the statistics that we have currently, actually the infections have gone quite low. And you'll realize that most of the partner states no longer would want to inconvenient actually visitors coming in to maybe retest, even when they have already done that from their destinations. So my concern is, are you doing this? I felt that actually it has come a time when maybe you can stop it. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Any other question? Anyone else with a question? So we'll take these three. So, dear panelists, oh, there's another, someone wants to intervene? Okay, we'll take this last question for this first series of questions, okay? We take these 4. Okay? Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Stanley Agade, General Manager at Sandstone Beach Hotel in Rumonge. Now, thank you very much for the effort you are doing in Burundi to promote the standard of hotel. Now, my request, or something that maybe it's in your strategy, are you working on establishing a hotel school in Burundi? Because some of the challenges, we have very good people with good attitude, but there is a gap when it comes to hotel school. So when you consider the hotel school, also consider other training sectors that affect the personnel. For instance, I also understand there is no school that offers training in human resource. So you may have the team, but you lack a team that is going to coordinate these people. So please also consider having human resource training in the country. Thank you very much.
For this first series of questions, we'll take these 4 questions. So, dear panelists, only I think 2 last questions were straight directed to one panelist, the Burundian one. And the rest of the questions were, I think, general, addressed to it. Maybe let's have another tour for all of them. And then when it comes to, when one will be speaking to a question that it was also specifically addressed to him, he will answer it. So we'll go from this part and then make the same tour. And please do respect the same 2 minutes that we decided. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much for the good question from the participant. I can respond in a few areas based on the details stated about the gender. Let me explain a little bit about how I can share experience from Tanzania. Based on the natural resources, conservation, ecology, tourism, and marketing per se, the gender are divided like this. On the marketing per se, marketing department, 62% are the girls. Specifically for the conservation ecology, around 40% are the female. So based on here, we can say, yes, we forgot the gender, but based on the field or the issue in Tanzania, we observed the gender and be happy that for the next session, if it will be happening in Rwanda, whatever the case, I will really try, if God wishes, one of the panel can be the ladies promotion as the ladies. The second one about the safeguarding the measure to support the local communities, the experience from the Tanzania, everywhere we participate or we, based on the issues, we invite the local communities, we work together, even supporting them. Now, currently, we have the projects that's based on the cultural tourism part of Tanzania. Mostly, we encourage the local communities, and even there is a small training, capacity building, specifically for the local communities. Even there is a scholarship for the local communities, or adjacent to the protected areas. But most of the time, every activities, every project is, we consider the local communities, because Tanzania, we believe in one scenario. If we promote the local communities around the protected areas, automatically our attraction will survive. Our protected area will survive. Otherwise, will not survive, or otherwise will fail based on the conservation of our natural resources. A question from the Gratias, saying linking tourism and investments have. Let's also take in the case study from Tanzania. Currently, or after the COVID, we say, let's put us more effort on promoting the investment activity, or promoting our activities or our enforcement areas by saying that every time when we get the opportunities, we need to promote, or we have the investment forums, even preparing the document specific for the investment forums or investment activities. And currently, on next month, 5 to 7, we will release the Tanzanian National Tourism Investment Book. That book will be specific for the where there is investment, there is opportunity for the investment. At the same time, we have the presentation, several presentations about what we have or the opportunities for the investment in Tanzania. The same will be on October, on 21st to 23rd, based on the Swahili International Tourism Expo. There is the full day for the presentation on if we will promote tourism. Maybe we can say 40% we need to promote tourism, but 60% let's promote other sectors. Like if we promote agriculture, we will benefit from the agriculture, and the tourists will benefit, because tourism has a multiplier effect. Let's promote each other's. Let's make sure that in agriculture, transport, or any other sectors, as we work together, promote together, that makes sure that we move forward together. That's why we move forward and increase. That's why in how we have the principle that once we move to another areas, or once we move for other sectors, we need to move together, regardless of their industry. You are coming from the tourism, let's go together. You are coming from the infrastructure, let's go together. You are coming from agriculture, and so on and so on. That's why we need to move together. The aim is to promote every areas. That's why they can simplify or make their issues easy. For instance, in financial areas, this one we say it is the mandatory for us. Once we move at the tourism industry, let's move to other sectors so as to make sure that the tourism will survive, so as to increase the revenue, to increase the number of the tourism, as well as benefiting from each other. Thank you.
Okay, I think I can try to address two destinations in Africa. And sustainability here talks about, it's about environment, about socio-economic. And so you talked about the need to have safeguards. And one thing that we have, it's like the notion that tourism has a lot of negative impact. We generated a lot of debate because of affecting the morals. I think that was the issue here. Like for instance, when it comes to communities, we came up with community-based tourism enterprise minimum standards, and that address all stakeholders involved, like the investors, the tourists, and also the local communities themselves. That can help to a certain extent. But also I agree with you. I think we need to look deeper into that as a region. I believe Panda says maybe they have some safeguard measures they have put in place, but as a region, I think we need to look deeper. And one thing we need to do is to regionalize or domesticate some of the recommendations that have come up from international bodies. For instance, look at United Nations World Tourism Organizations. They did a study and they came up with some recommendations related to protecting, especially children, against sexual exploitation by tourism sector. That's something that has been considered by partner states. It's something that we need to look deeper and see how we can do that. I agree with you. We need to do more in that as a region now. The other question is about involvement of women. You may be aware when it comes to like conservation, we have tried to involve them. And we did some like involving women in dealing with illegal wildlife trade. We sensitized were done by a number of organizations on how women were affected by COVID-19. And it was realized we were affected more than men. So we need some strategies to help alleviate the challenges they have been going through. And for us, actually, we're having a discussion with a representative from UN Women. They're supporting some women here. And we are discussing of the need to have a regional program on involving women in tourism so that they can benefit economically from the sector. So we need to do that. But if you look at our strategies, I think it's a must. We do a bit of gender mainstreaming when we are doing our strategies. But I believe you have a challenge when it comes to implementation. We need to work harder. Then we come to Rwanda and Uganda. I hope I'm not taking MC's work.
Thank you very much, Simon. And thank you very much, MCs, for this floor. And there are two questions that have been addressed, especially to Burundi. One is COVID. The second is the training establishment, if I have got what it has been asked. First, for COVID, you know that COVID has attacked all the world, you know, and each countries of the world has been asked to put in place the measures which should stop the spreading of COVID. Burundi was in this program. And now that it is considered that COVID is being reduced, some countries have, you know, get some measures which is not in which way they continue to have in their head the guidelines to avoid the COVID. I think that Burundi has reduced. I don't have statistics now, but maybe Burundi in vacation. Because if with the updating of the Ministry of in charge of Health has said that recently we have got a number of the people who was getting COVID was increased. But now I don't have statistics. What means that we still on target. We still on the guidelines to avoid the spread of the COVID. I think that Burundi is its own of doing the ways, and I think that it will be good on the coming days. Second, school or training human. When we are just gliding and gliding hotel accommodation and some services, touristics, we use criteria. That criteria have been adopted by the partner states through ERC. I would like to inform you that those criteria are being validated by the experts. Those experts, most of them have been trained thanks to ERC. They have a good capacity to carry out the duty of grading our hotels. I think that someone who has asked this question, there is no problem in terms of making our accommodation best as it is in other partner states, because there are people who are able to do it, and you have seen that even the program of East African Community, they are a program of training, updating, training the other human resources, Burundi are including. But this is not to say that we don't have the problem of establishment that trains our people. The government of Burundi is aware that we don't have partner states. They have the relation with the countries which have the establishment, and I think and I hope, and people must know that there are youth of Burundi go to be trained in the other countries, and most of them are coming back. Some of them, they are saving the country in the hotels, in the airports, and extra services. Meaning that even if we have this problem, we are finding solution little by little. Maybe in 1 year or 2 years, after we had finished with the legal framework, I have told you that we are just reforming the legal framework, administrative things, without forgetting those things, including this establishment of hotels. I think that we are on. And in terms of human resources, we are dealing with it. We know that we need more, even at what we have, we are enough to make our services the best, and we are not the work. If it is to say that we need everyone to help in the way, thank you. I think that I have answered all the question. The general question has been answered by the previous panels, and I don't have nothing to add. Thank you.
Touch the heartbeat of Africa and our African values and culture, and specifically relating to the recent event in Uganda, and that's the Nyege Nyege festival. Yeah, and as you saw in our values and cultures as Africans, I think it will attract a lot of criticism, and eventually, what do we expect to see? Yeah, because events are part and parcel of tourism. They are the last E in the mice, yeah? And we're trying to use events to ensure that the local communities can benefit from the tourism value chain. And these events, wherever they take place, you realize there are many women specifically trading in arty crafts, providing food and all other kind of services. Now, that is from the monetary point of view. However, personally, I don't believe that we can promote immorality for the sake of making money, yeah? And what I'm looking forward to seeing is from our parliament that came out very strongly against any immoral acts at this event. I'm expecting to see some legislation specifically in line with regulating events and setting minimum standards for events going forward to ensure that we protect our younger generations and our moral values in totality. So that is something I'm expecting to see. Because again, this is work in progress, yeah? We are trying to develop a tourism. There are going to be areas whereby the capitalists, the business people, try to push their agenda regardless of what society thinks. But again, it's the role of government to come in and mainstream this and provide guidelines and regulations such that tourism is safe for everybody. Because you cannot destroy a future generation whom we expect to be conserving tourism for and the tourism sites and everything, and then you expect to sacrifice all that for immediate gain. So we expect that legislation will be coming out very, very strongly in this line. However, what are we doing in Uganda in as far as ensuring impenetrable forest national park, where the gorillas are? Yeah, so there are about 5 or 6 districts that form that entire tourism zone, and all these, you know, at the end of the day, walk away with a check, a minimum of about $250,000 in tourism receipts annually, and this is directly to the community. So this one has also helped to improve receptiveness of the communities towards tourists in general. Number 2, they've also helped in conserving the very gorillas, because poaching was destroying all the gorillas. They were almost instinct. However, today, the communities will arrest you themselves if they find out that you're trying to mess up with gorilla tourism or promoting poaching activities. So that is one of the activities, the initiatives that has been put in place to safeguard host communities. And I believe that we are moving in the right direction as a destination, and we continue to benchmark with different successful case studies all over the world to ensure that generations that will come, years to come, will benefit, will find our natural resources intact, will find our morals intact, and this will be good for tourism going forward. Now, Beatrice, again, you talked about the initiatives in safeguarding, in promoting gender mainstreaming, and this is one area that our National Development Plan 3 clearly of our budgeting frameworks and all that, there's a minimum, of 60% allocation, towards gender mainstreaming initiatives in all the budgeting cycle. So once you don't achieve the 60%, then you're red flagged in as far as the budgeting is concerned. And this has put accounting officers to task to ensure that gender issues are clearly spelled out in all the programs that are budgeted for and implemented. Now, briefly, there's a brother of mine who talked about the need for investment promotion vis-a-vis the marketing initiatives that we're doing. And specifically here, I want to spell out that we have initiatives right from the onset, from the destination, from the source markets, to the destination, because they own the couriers, they own the planes, they own the large hotel chains, they own the largest tour companies around. So at the end of the day, you'd find that the tourism dollar is located, is just held within a few hands. So what are we doing to promote indigenous investors? Because we have to burst the tourism bubble to ensure that tourism works, for the destination countries, for the host communities as well. And that's why we are promoting, we've created incentives in Uganda that are specifically targeting indigenous investors, whereby there are tax exemptions. For instance, in Uganda now, when you bring in, say, a safari van, a tourism vehicle, it's 100% tax exemption. When you bring in materials for financing, for furnishing your hotel establishment, all hotel equipment and all that, 100% exemption again. And these are some of the initiatives that are targeted to promoting more local community, more local entrepreneurs to get involved in tourism. And we believe that a few years down the road, we'll see a positive trajectory. Then, of course, another initiative that has been done in Uganda to promote investment, specifically within the national parks, is the removal of some of the monopoly. There's some legislation, a few investors, where no one is allowed to construct a lodge within a certain, distance, and leases were given. However, these are being revised now to ensure that the space is open to encourage more suppliers of accommodation within the park, and we expect that this will lower hotel rates and also be able to encourage more domestic travelers into the protected areas and within the region. I think in the interest of time, I'll stop there, but just to encourage you, Beatrice, that we're working to ensure that we don't destroy our morality for the sake of tourism dollars. I submit.
Or maybe contribute, complete, add something to what panelists say. Few questions, 3 or 4 questions. Anyone?
Maybe there are some panelists who are still wanting to say something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think I saw someone. Wait a moment.
Thank you, MC. I would like to say something. At the beginning of this panel, we are speaking in English only, and we can give opportunity to our translator to come back to translating in English. That's why I won't speak in French. Merci beaucoup pour le panel. Je vais revenir sur les questions concernant le Burundi qui ont été adressées à notre panéliste George. Il y a eu la question de mon frère ici à côté qui a demandé quelle est la situation au point de vue statistique, touristique au niveau de notre pays. Nous vous informons que notre pays, dans la planification du gouvernement, il y a un système de digitalisation qui sera mis en place prochainement concernant tous les secteurs et le secteur touristique est compris avec le système statistique touristique. Concernant la question touristique, je pense que la réponse que nous pouvons donner, c'est celle-ci. Et concernant l'intégration genre au niveau du secteur touristique, notre pays a développé des projets féminins à travers les organisations féminines autour de nos parcs, réserves naturelles, pour exactement montrer la femme et au niveau de la gastronomie. Ça concerne la place des femmes au niveau du secteur. Et concernant la stratégie à développer pour la promotion du secteur touristique ici au Burundi, il y a une étude qui vient d'être faite par le gouvernement du Burundi via le ministère ayant en charge de l'environnement qui concerne la délimitation des zones à vocation touristique sur le long du lac Tanganyika avec à peu près 158 km de littoral où il y aura des projets d'investissement touristique qui seront faits au niveau de ce littoral. Et nous interpellons en premier lieu les Burundais, les investisseurs des pays membres de l'EAC pour qu'ils viennent profiter de ces opportunités sur le long de ce lac qui regorge beaucoup de potentialités avec un seul exemple que c'est un lac qui contient plus de 1600 espèces de poissons, que ce soit des poissons sur base de recherche scientifique, des poissons de consommation et j'en passe. Vous voyez donc que c'est l'unique attraction touristique que nous avons ici au niveau de la sous-région. Concernant le renforcement des capacités ou bien la formation au niveau du secteur, nous vous informons qu'ici au Burundi, une université appelée Olivia University pour la formation des cadres au niveau du secteur. Ici, je voudrais retourner sur la question de mon confrère ici derrière pour que nous nous alignions exactement avec les autres pays de l'EAC pour pouvoir développer ce secteur. Voilà ce que je voudrais ajouter sur les propos de mon frère panéliste là-bas devant. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Je pense qu'au podium, j'avais vu notre frère rwandais qui voulait intervenir. Je vous passe le micro parce qu'il y a... J'ai toujours pas vu de main dans la salle.
That we sort of skipped linking tourism to other sectors, basically tapping into them or helping them grow or them helping tourism grow. For example, I think a gentleman from Burundi tapped on from Tanzania tapped on agriculture. Yes, there's a thing that is so much growing, coffee and tea. Coffee and tea tourism is a thing. This is almost tied to community-based tourism that my colleague from Uganda mentioned. Community-based tourism has been encouraged. I think this is across all member states. So this also, tends to answer the question on how the locals are able to benefit directly from tourism or even understand the values of tourism. But beyond that, Rwanda as a country, we are sort of focusing on a couple of other things, especially in IT. We are working towards building an IT hub, an IT and innovation hub in Kigali. A lot of infrastructure has been put. I think we have some of the best internet connectivity. We have a coding school that is already running. All these things are aimed at growing in that particular sector, in the IT sector. So this helps to grow tourism, and tourism helps to grow this sector as well. We are also looking at also positioning Rwanda as a financial hub. We are working towards it, and institutions have been built, have come up, focusing on this on how the local communities can benefit from tourism directly. Eddie mentioned 10% revenues being shared. It's a common practice, I believe now. Even Rwanda has this. But also there's also one other thing that Rwanda tried to do, especially as regards to poachers. Instead of grabbing them and arresting them and throwing them in prison, they would be grabbed. So maybe a leaf can be picked and used in other partner sets if it's not being used as of yet, because I believe so much of it is almost the same. And also marketing. I think gentleman mentioned marketing and investment opportunities. How are the two operators informed? There's a thing that we normally do in Rwanda. It's called the Tourism Working Group. It gives us an opportunity to link up with the tour operators, because these are the people that drive business. They actually do the actual business as opposed to our marketing. We do our marketing in a general sense, but then they meet the clients, they ensure services provided to them. So with these tourism working groups, this is an opportunity that we use to talk to them and inform them of investment opportunities, incentives, and everything available that is coming from government. So this puts them an opportunity to throw a little bit of information to the tour operators, rather to tourists and potential investors. Another thing that we're trying to do to link investment opportunities, or to inform people of the information, is because admittedly so, I will not be well versed as someone that works in an investment department, for example. So what we're trying to do, we're trying to build a culture whereby we attend together, be it Expo is strategically, on tourism, but then also in other sectors. So this way, when we are doing things, we are growing all sectors at the same time, but also growing tourism in general. Betty put us at a spot as regards to gender mainstreaming. When she mentioned it, I immediately remembered the structure back at home where I work in the tourism office. And from my immediate supervisor to the boss, they're all women, they're all ladies. So I believe, but not to hide behind statistics. Statistics sometimes cannot give you the exact picture. However, also to remind you is that in one of the slides that Dr. Ray presented here, tourism, much as it affected women more, but also tourism, women tend to benefit more from tourism. So much as that is the case, yes, still there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of education to be done. For example, in Rwanda, I think 10 years ago, tourism, one to start a tourism was considered a lazy choice. It was considered a sector for people that were, didn't have the time or would have a lot of issues. For example, a girl, she'll get married and she'll abandon. But nowadays, it's not the case. It has been professionalized. People understand that tourism is somewhere that you can go to build a career and earn from it. I think that is pretty much something that I wanted to add as regards to a couple of questions that were asked towards us. Thank you very much.
If MC may allow me to...
Oh, yes, go ahead, please. Oh, I think the panelists from Uganda too will have something to say. So then let's maybe... all of you, once you intervene now, you add some takeaways, okay? For like 30 to 35 seconds. Okay?
Thank you. I'll give a general framework of how we do this. Now, in tourism, and as I've demonstrated here, it's very possible to have very shiny and as the backward linkages, the question of who supplies tourism, and number two, who is supplied by tourism. That's backward linkages and forward linkages. Now, from the backward point of view, as we want to look at who supplies tourism, my approach would be, let's look at the different subsectors of tourism and ask the question of how much, what do they require as inputs? Agriculture, manufacturing, information, whichever. Look at it from that point. How much input do they require?
Then from that, how much input then do they require? Look at how much of that is sourced locally. That will give you the gap between what they need and what they are able to get locally. Now, with that having determined that gap, the third thing is to look at how do we ensure that we can get more from the local sources. Because, for example, if it's agriculture, you will have known how much of agricultural production is required to support the hospitality industry or the tourism industry. Then that is where the policy interventions will come in to see how do we make sure our agriculture is going to feed into tourism, because what it means the market is already there. That's my way of looking into this. Otherwise, we need to map the entire sector so that at least we are able to see what do we have and what do we need and how do we get it. And that also will go to the human resource. We'll also go to the manufacturing goods, submission also the agriculture and everything else. The same also now we look at the forward side. Guests or visitors have come to your country. They have the attractions you have. They have the accommodation you have. Now, what else would they require while they are in the destination? These people will not just go to visit the parks and sleep in the hotels and go back home. One of the secrets of tourism is to increase the length of stay. And the length of stay will not be increased by the number of nights they are going to spend in the room, but what else they are able to do within the destination while they are around there. So there now you look at what else do they require, do we have it? And if we don't have it, we put in place systems and policies to attract investment. And there are enough of the initiatives that have been supported by UNECA. Personally, as a consultant with them and working closely with the tourism economic officer, that's Dr. Geoffrey Manyara, who I know is well known to enough of us. So for this, receive his greetings and thank you.
I think now it's time we have, you wanted to say some, yes? And don't also add your takeaways right away.
Hello, thank you very much, MC. And I just wanted to respond to the gentleman, the last gentleman who spoke in French. I did come in at the tail end of his submission, but I captured one initiative that the government of Burundi has put in place, and that is the free zones, the 150-meter free zone area from the lake. And I just wanted to upload the government on this initiative and encourage that the enforcement agencies, because you see, you can create the piece of legislation or the policy, but implementation is one thing. One thing I can tell you for sure is that the private investors have a huge appetite for waterfront development, and specifically in the hospitality segment. They always want to be as close as possible to the water, to the lake. And this has its own to the lake. And if not well controlled, you could find that the whole shoreline has been taken up by private developments, and this will hurt the destination big time in the future. And you know, looking at the benefits of this 150-meter free zone, one is that the open spaces always act as a boost for domestic tourism. How do they done very well in Mombasa? Specifically, I think that's one case study I can point, where there's that free access to the beach without extra payments. However, some destinations, private developers normally lock off certain portions of the beach as private beach, and the community is denied access to these resources and these areas in case they want to actually have relaxation. Then number two benefit for this open, for this free zone area of 150 meters is to safeguard private developments, infrastructure developments like hotels from natural disasters. Let me tell you, if the lake woke up one day and decided to increase its water levels, yeah, God forbid, this will see a lot of investment put down in terms of hotel developments, washed down the drain in just a matter of seconds. In Uganda, we have a case in the Sese Islands where recently the water levels on Lake Victoria rose up by a few meters. And every investor, every developer who defied the free zone, yeah, that 150-meter, free zone, their property was taken away. Water went right up to the rooms, yeah, and all those hotels were submerged, yeah. The beach is part of the country, and this was one of our biggest, local destination for domestic tourists in Uganda. So I urge the private investors as well to respect that shoreline for the sake of their own development and protecting their investments. And then in my closing remarks, Mr. MC, very briefly, I just want to commend the government of Burundi for putting up this great show. We really appreciate, from the bottom of our hearts, the milestone that has been achieved thus far, and this should be comprise sustainable tourism. Now, these P's are the people, the planet, policy, and profit. Now, if there is no balance between these 4 P's in your tourism planning, then you're bound to face a lot of challenges going forward. And talking about the people, we've discussed the host communities. Make sure that the people in the Burundians are involved in tourism business, and they are benefiting directly from the dollars of tourism. 2, the planet, conserve the God-given natural resources that God has given you. Burundi is unique in its own way. As we were landing, I thought Rwanda was the land of 1,000 hills. But as we were landing, I realized that Burundi is the land of 10,000 hills, and we should appreciate that. We should cherish it. We should develop it into tourism beneficial, aspects. So that is very important. Then the policy. My brother had you talking about the legal frameworks that you're working on. Just ensure that the legal frameworks have a balance, and the legal frameworks protect both the government interest but also the private sector investments into tourism, and to ensure that this works for everybody. Then lastly, and this is intentional, is the profit. Yeah, every businessman, every investor goes into business to make a profit. No one goes into business for charity. So we need to ensure that the taxation regime, in the destination, in Burundi per se, should be friendly to protect the private investor and ensure that a regulate pricing. Yeah, because as private entrepreneurs, we have a huge appetite for profit. So if unregulated, we're going to charge exorbitant rates that will, destroy the entire tourism sector. So please, those are my takeaways. I wish you all the best, and I look forward to coming back to Burundi, not only as a visitor, but also an investor.
African destination, no matter where you're from. Thank you. Or any other panelists wanted to add something? Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I want to ask this science of debate and a changing experience by first, as the MC have said, noting the compliment from my colleagues from Uganda for promoting Burundi, and likewise, I would like to say thank you too. Thank you for saying that Burundi is unique. Yes, Burundi is unique, and I'm not ashamed to say that Burundi is vision in terms of investment. It's vision in terms of investment, and we need people to come and to invest. Lake Tanganyika is still vision in terms of international investment. We are now struggling to put the boats to join the 4 countries that share Lake Tanganyika. I've forgotten that this work is on, and in 3 years, I think that the tourism of croisière will be exploited here in Burundi. We have forgotten also to inform panelists and the delegation and guests that Burundi has his code, which make some facilities the investment. And these facilities are written in terms of laws that protect investment. I'm just coming back to what my colleagues have said about the protection of investment. with the facility that the government of Burundi gives the new investment in terms of in tourism and other sector are being implemented now. Burundi is also, as I have said, we are just reviewing the framework, the legal framework. We have already submitted the political plan of tourism, which include all the sectors. And the tourism board has submitted the proposition of a plan that the empowered authority will note with good attention. And the implementation, the political implementation for this politics, this plan of politics, it has been invented together with I'm sorry. The politics of implement of this politics has been together with the politics, so that I think that we are improving more and more. And I cannot finish these remarks by not hoping that you will come back again, even after this event, because you will not be disappointed. Thank you very much.
Anything to add, either from the room or from the panelists? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Due to the time, I can use at least only 1 minute. Yes, we agree now here we have EA to promote our region. If I try to pass the through document, there is a lot of the good things, the strategies, the ways how we can promote our region, how we can increase our domestic or regional tourism. Let's use this document, let's work together so as to increase the number of the tourists. You know, maybe if there is another disease or whatever the case, but we are not praying on that, will it survive or will increase? Let's use documents so as we can increase the number of tourists. Based on this, also as a EAC, let's use our international, our trade fairs like Magical Kenya, Site or Swahili, Peel of Africa, Equity Zera, or even other trade fairs like maybe from South Africa, DRC, and even here in Burundi. Let's work together. We are coming from the tourism sectors in general. Let's participate on each trade fairs. We can share ideas. We can share experience. We can get the tourists so as to increase the number. If we work together, if we say this is East Africa and we want already, now we have our slogan said, Tembea nyumbani. Let's agree on this. Let's work on this. We need a single tourism destination. Let's work together. We have East Africa here. They are trying our level best, or they are trying day and night, convincing us to work together. Let's agree. Let's work with them so as we can increase the number of the tourists. Let's work with them to increase the number of the tourists. Thank you very much. For us, Tanzania, we are already starting work with this document, and some other strategies that we are using now is come from this document, and I agree, and I know I will use this so as to increase the number of the tourists. Simon, and our boss there, let's work together. Even if from other persons say, oh, let's move this and this, let's use that document, whatever we like or not. Try using your any mechanism so as we can use this document, even with other mechanisms to increase the number of tourists. At the end, they will say, oh, the guy from East Africa, they tried their best, that's why we are here. The other countries, like Asian countries, they struggle day and night by writing the document from the Asian country, Nyumbani, Tanzania, or East Africa as a single tourism destination. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And the EAC says that one we can make it. We are, East African is the border without borders. And I like the way you put it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Border without borders. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. It was also a honor and a pleasure to host you, me and Mrs. Anais. And we would like to wish you a very good night, a very blessing night. For those who is the first time to come here in Burundi, please. So this is the time to discover the destination, see the Buja nightlife, and maybe, I'm sure, during this stay, you'll be able to experiment a lot on this destination. So we would like to thank you so much and wish you a very blissful night in Bujumbura. Anything to add, Anais?
No, it's okay, Francis.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
let's hope that tomorrow we'll be able to go through the program again, and we'll be happy once again to be your host. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Can the panelists please have a group photo with the PS? We are with the permanent secretary.
zikwigina amazi atemba inyoni ziririmba ihayagiza ubutore bwawe ewe Burundi ubutore bwawe ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi usa n'ijuru rishabije inyenyeri usa n'akayaga ko ku mugoroba
Barundi kazi tereza amaso inyuma twibuke iyo twavuye basesa nk'uyose barace mu Burundi bwa Nyaburunga batosha nabi twishira mu kaga tubuta mu manga twaramaranye turi bene mugabo umwe twisamburira ko tutari ntungwa twiyambika izina ribi mu makungu yamara umuco waratamanzuye imanira cyane abarundi dusubiza hamwe twiyambika umutamana dusubira kugira izina dusubira kugira iteka n'itekaniyo aranira amahoro aho uri hose gira amahoro ongera uyatange kuri bose shigikira amahoro aho uri hose iyo shimikiro rya byose barayamaze bati ahari inama hama imana kandi ngo inama isumba ingimba kugira amahoro atsimbatare nitwame turangwa n'ikiyago kitara amasigara cicaro turengera ibidutandukanya twame dubatanye mu nda kahize kabi tukibagire kazoza keza katubakire haranira amahoro aho uri hose gira amahoro ongera uyatange kuri bose yuyuyuyu shigikira amahoro aho uri hose kuko iyo shimikiro rya byose nibagira nibana ihoriho nimara umuryango ndakabisi nagahiye twibanire
Tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar. And feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. One, two, three. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Experience good times, longest river in the world, and feel the breeze as you take a cruise. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani.
Singing
ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi ngucurarange ewe Burundi ngira ndakuririmbe ewe Burundi
There is so much to experience when it comes to tourism in the East African community. It's about time you experience the region's attractive tourism sites. Take a journey and enjoy the best of beach experience and the rich heritage of the beautiful Zanzibar, and feel the love in the inviting white sands. Explore the endless, breathtaking adventure in Jinja, Uganda. One, two, three. And for the daring, take off in style and create worthwhile memories. Feel the phenomenal beats of Burundi's drums as you soak yourself in this warm, fulfilling and welcoming culture of the people. Soar to great heights and take a chance with thrill as you visit Rwanda. As you ignite passion and laughter. When all is done, wind your trip down as you discover the green city in the sun, Nairobi, Kenya. Awaken your taste buds, dine, connect and dance your night away at your pace.
Wow! And with the DRC joining the East African community, the experience can only get bigger and better. Wanajumuia, hakika tutembee nyumbani.
It's about time. Visit your region, the East African community. Tembea nyumbani.
n'amazi y'umusarara gusa n'Imana yakungariye gusa n'Imana yakungariye ewe Burundi
nyange yera yererana iseruka inyambo zigashira rugori rubereye ijisho izina ryakunzwe mu bavyeyi twaragendanye tutagenzanya dukundana tudakengana ego cane twaranane tudahemana dusangira dushize hamwe ego cane twarashimanye tudakengana dusenyera ku mugozi umwe uri ntore mu ntore intore y'umutima uri mwiza muweza uhimbaye umutima uri ntore mwiza mubeza gahimbare k'umutima ntiwigeze uhemuka mu bantu wamanye iteka n'ibanga ntore isa n'irirenga uyagwa neza mu bavyeyi nzokwama ndakuyaga twasangiye ijambo dusangirana dusenyera ku mugozi umwe uri ntore mu ntore intore y'umutima uri mwiza mubeza uhimbaye umutima twaragendanye tutagenzanya dukundana tudakengana ego cane twarananye tudahemana dusangira dushize hamwe ego cane twarashimanye tudakengana dusenyera ku mugozi umwe uri ntore mu ntore intore y'umutima uri mwiza mubeza uhimbaye umutima
umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'umutima akamavugwa neza. Umugabo w'ukuri si uwirirwa yicaye, umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'ibikorwa bizomuteza imbere n'igihugu ciwe. Umugabo w'ukuri si uwirirwa yicaye, umugabo w'ukuri arangwa n'ibikorwa. Umugabo nyamugabo yamavuga ukuri akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose. Umugabo nyamugabo yamavuga ukuri akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose. Akamagwanira amahoro ahari hose. Umugabo w'ukuri si nyamwitendako, umugabo w'ukuri akunda ubumwe akamashize hamwe n'abagenzi biwe. Umugabo w'ukuri si nyamwigendako, umugabo w'ukuri akunda ubumwe.
Kupe sifa, ninajua kwamba niko mwenye dhambi, naomba unisamehe. Utukufu wako hauna kifani, huruma na upendo wako kwa walimwengu ulinganishwi na chochote. Papa wetu unapea mvua wabaya na wazuri, na mwangaza wa jua kwa wabaya na wazuri. Ubakui Baba, pokea sifa, uhimidiwe. Baba, pokea sifa, uabudiwe. Nakubonye manyuli y'abandi ufuwa binera
marira umengu sana ufisi jambo
naho bigoye kanda bivuge nukuri ndakubonye nubaka mwenge
naho uzi ico ushatse kuvuga.
hano mu gihugu cyacu cyiza cy'u Burundi hari imigwi ndangakaranga myinshi muza kubona. Abambere bamaze gushika, bamaze imyaka irenga kuri 10 bagerageza gusikana akaranga k'igihugu mu makungu. Bafise album zitatu, bafise indirimbo zirenga kuri 50. Barasa neza cyane, baraberewe. N'umugwi ndangakaranga usanzwe urongowe n'uwitwa Kiraya, nibo tugiye guherako uno munsi hano muri kino kibanza kuri no stage na sound. Karanga iwunja
Thank you.
Wow. Wanasore. Mawongere. Bakumenya. Abashaka kwa kumaga buza maboko abiri hejuru ndani. Nikomera amashimeshi namwe. Yes nuko. Abagiye gukurikira nini niwasaba ko inde ibyo mushima murashobora kubigura nuko rero muri kano kanya tugiye kwakira urabugwi umaze imyaka 12 ushyikiriza akaranga k'uburundi gasigara amakungu uyu mubiri umaze kujya mu bihugu byinshi waragiye mu Bushinwa waragiye mu Bufaransa waragiye muri Ethiopia amashimwe Indege bayifashe nka bisi nuko buri wese uri muri kino kibanza icyo bagusaba ni kimwe nuko uza kwifasha tugakora amashyi menshi tukakira umuyobozi w'amafaranga inapora
Nimekwambia tangu zamani, tangu nakwambia ni kusekretari. Nenda kufanya ni kustari.
amajaba nari naraceze anzuti nari naracabuze imisozi monda kuraduka sangu kuduka bisa nukumana asatu umwe yifasha gusara arara mu ruganda ntibacura arabuta inzone agatwengo abura ubunera urwego
Ayimare nshobore Omiyakirwa n'abarira Awundi ushaka nayitore mama No gutore n'uno mukaya Ego, ego, ego Ego, 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 ego Ego
nari naharonze agira imiki ndazabukishama ubuye bwatari z'akazi ariko n'ubundi zikazimagi ubuye tukabura tutaterereka ngo ndasetuye ndaburuma nubwo gisigaye cyuzura umugezi canke nabo mubazi
Ayimare nshobore Omiyakirwa n'abarira Awundi ushaka nayitore mama No gutore n'uno mukaya Ego, ego, ego
n'umure
Omiyakirwa n'abarira Awundi ushaka nayitore mama No gutore n'uno mukaya Ego,
bayitwa intambo y'umuyebe
ego, ego,
ego, ego, ego, bayitwa intambo y'umuyebe soni natana amashyi menshi mu ntambo y'umuyebe tamenyerewe ahejo bukera turabereka ibishasha twebwe kiriteri na tana ibafitiye byinshi bishasha aho bukera bayitwa intambo y'ubusambiri intambo itamenyerewe ngayiwacu kiretse tana zonyine twebwe kiriteri na tana reka bashire ko muraba
Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro Musambi, musambi, musambi w'ihigiro Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro Musambi w'ihigiro Urakunda gutigita Uratanga uvuna izosi Uburega n'udusaro Imana yawuremye irakwiye gusengwa Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro Musambi, musambi, musambi w'ihigiro Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro Musambi, musambi, musambi w'ihigiro Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro Inatara z'umusambi Namukene Isimbo binihiriye Cyayi wacu ziragamba Musambi w'ihigiro Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro Musambi, musambi ugabanye Atayivuga amazina Yivuga uwamugabiye Yamuhaye ayo masabo Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro Musambi, musambi, musambi w'ihigiro Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro Imana yawuremye irakwiye gusengwa Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro Musambi nkunda cyane Musambi w'abahizi Musambi wera nuse Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro Musambi, musambi, musambi w'ihigiro Musambi wera nuse Musambi w'ihigiro
Aragiye mu Burundi ubumwe bwa Nyaburunga yironderera karanga umutima w'urukundo anuranga Abarundi abisanga mu ntatana zidakaza mu ndagano arashitse mu ntatana ahasanga abavyeyi bavyaye bagaheka ingobyi y'urukundo bakarera bagakuza bagakuza bakaramura mu mico myiza ya so uraza nawe uraza urabe uzasanga ingwanye nahiboneye imisozi muzimane yakubwira ubuzima ubonye sinkirime sinkirime mu mutima ushikagurira umutima yakurima umutima nyabuzima yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima intange yabuze wagiteye umutegarugori iratamanje yashikanye ibyuzuye wakiritse intungo y'impungu nyimura mu runo mwiza w'umushike aremuruka naribitse narataze nari zidasha somereze ingabigazi gushimba cyonagira kuyigite ubonye sinkirimwe sinkirimwe mu gushika ushikagurira umutima ngiye kuri mu muzika nyabushika byagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima byagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima ubonye sinkirimwe sinkirimwe mu gushika ushikagurira umutima ngiye kuri mu muzika nyabushika byagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima byagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima ubuzima yagira guseza no gusenga yabihe buri ngezi yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima y'amariba agira gutara yagira muzimane yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima yagira muzimane mu muzika nyabushika yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima yakubwira ubuzima yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima yagira nshuti yanjye yakubwira ubuzima yagira muzimane 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 yakubwira ubuzima ubonye sinkirimwe sinkirimwe mu gushika ushikagurira umutima ngiye muri mu muzika nyabuzima yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima ubonye sinkirimwe sinkirimwe mu gushika ushikagurira umutima ngiye kuri mu muzika nyabuzima yagira muzimane yakubwira ubuzima yagira muzimane Merci. This is the big show just for tonight. Na hapa tulipo ili tuweze kupiga show moja tu kali sana. You already know tonight, yeah. Na hapa kuna waimbaji wengi ambao waliweza kujipanga ili tuweze kupiga show moja tu kali sana kusikia leo. Yes. Kwa hiyo kuna wengine wasanii waliweza kujipanga ni wakati anagusa kidogo Lewis. Nitamuomba DJB akwe nasogea kidogo kidogo tu. Lazima tu enjoy, lazima tupige show moja tu kali. Utakompanya kumuumiza mwenzako, usijaribu kumtesa mwenzako, maana huyu atakupa mapenzi ya kweli. Kama ni mapenzi ya kunihusi kila saa, ya kunifanya mikulia, na kama uriziki bihiringaho ibindi bisobandanye cyo ikomera amashi mwese. And I hope DJB is ready for the show. We're gonna have a good time right now. MC Rethinking for everybody. You already know. We're gonna bound the town. Rocktown DJs in the party right now. Say hey, let's go DJ. Hey hey, da 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 da. Hey da 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 da. Hey da 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 da. Let's go DJ. Hey da 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 da. Say da 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 da. We da 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 da. Nitakupenda nikupe vyote, baby girl.
We are Rundown DJs. You're in the mix with DJ B.
I wanna give you something whole, very like a sway. Kitty body whole, swingy kitty body phone. Shika, 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 shika. Tinama. Shit. Sure. Shit. Siba, 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 yo, yo, yo. Hey, yo, Lewis. Give me some.
Bagashaka kuva ariko imana siyo hani canke asumani iraturi nayo ariko imana siyo hani canke asumani kuva nigufayo kuko iraturi nayo Bonga cheers, bonga ukiri muzima Bonga cheers, bonga reka tubuzima Bonga cheers, bonga bisibazo atemayo Bonga cheers, bonga hageze Izore ndekene wabisi babaye muncange umugenzi ni umwasi ni bose wabaye uruvange ubona hora nisigiye niwe nasanze nyararasa uwo mitungasi niwe nabonye amurira baraturogaroga bakaduha amasumu n'amashamo ntuzumbabaririze umutima cause I love you yeah. Ngwino tujane muhira tujane Ngwino tujane muhira tujane uragenda ubwire mama ubwire papa ko waronse umugabo uragenda ubwire mama ubwire papa ko waronse umugore uragenda ubwire mama ubwire papa ko waronse umugabo uragenda ubwire mama ubwire papa ko waronse umugore Mkoka jemba nuhini Sachane mami Nika manzingana Maria me I love you Di Nito uki Ushaka uki mama One night oh one night oh one night oh one night
One night for tonight
oh one night
DJB MC Sadiki Wahi
We are Rundown DJs.
I want me do, let's do. Sigino chusa sikube munju. If you are not dona itamanju. Bali tu bali kama temu juju. Fetunje mbone suga na suju. Toko weva singa zili mubili. Fatamana mola boy tu vimbe. Wamatubale.
Mukanya Wheel of Music baca baturirimbira El Pro na wene yiteguye
Mr. DJ
twende sasa hiyo chiki 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 kwe chiki 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 we isafika twende sasa 1 2 3
weza malati mabe yokotolongango motema symptome nango
rumba
kasi kisina yango presence ya moto oyo ozali kolula lokola na lula masi
bakisha tukotomera utazabinga bafitanye bifu na soda mbona ndi soba kisha tukotomera
hashe
binga
Okuonko pole nimekuja ghafla. Ni vile wewe ukuwa umenibamba.
Watu wa Nairobi kitu ni kali mazee.
Sasa vile ulituosha kuile kwa seligiso.
Nakupenda manze wewe ukuwa humble.
Asante.
Legend kwangu we ni icon.
Stories za icon kwanza weka mbali. Femi one mukwa nimekutamani.
Okuonko umeanza kunichocha.
Yes, we love music vitegure.
Femi one.
El Pro yitegure. Mona Walda yitegure. Elis Boy yitegure.
Okuonko na kitambi
paka kuche.
Nikikupea utawezana.
Utawezana. Manze Femi one nikikupata nitakupenda kavile napenda Tumblr.
Okuonko na kitambi utawezana.
Utawezana.
Nikikupea utawezana. Nikikupea utawezana.
Utawezana. Manze Femi one nikikupata nitakupenda kavile napenda Tumblr. Iko haga yako iko naipenda
kiki. Fata baby wisona. Oya leka mbele. Dari ndivuelele. Unge moja sana. Yemerungi mwana. Fashion westali. Mazimila gize yesterday. Wamizeye. Unge moja sana. Yemerungi mwana. Fashion westali. Mazimila gize yesterday.
We are Rundown DJs. You're in the mix with DJ B.
Temba, temba, bikorengo kutige tutemba, kutige tutemba gala, you miss mash, la we mash have the place na, up on the place na. Temba gala, someone you public, why for me temba, tamba, simba, nyonga, katika, temba gala, ra. Ubuzima nuguhangaika, umwanya wose duhiga mahera, ariko uyu munsi tuwugize uwo kuryoherwa, agacupa tunywa n'ibindi twiyongera, temba, temba. Tembagara, abaruhimbye tura temba, temba, tembagara, temba, temba. Abari ngabo sera buko tubigenza, batuma numere kuja kumisemba. Babahemba, upon the place now. Tembagara, someone you public. Why for me temba, tamba, simba, nyonga, katika, tembagara, ra. Ubuzima nuguhangaika, umwanya wose duhiga mahera, ariko uyu munsi tuwugize uwo kuryoherwa, agacupa tunywa n'ibindi twiyongera, temba.
Aho utakuja hose wirinde guhemuka, kudumarira, wirikwe neza,
guharuka imara imyaka ijana wapi hari urabona amahera bayamuhambana wapi indaka tusare amahera akora ku isi gusa tusare amahera akora ku isi gusa amahera akora ku isi gusa ma nigareka kwiniga birahera ivyisi turapfa tukabisiga ma nigareka kwiniga bibikwibana mbona ivyisi batabiduhambana bibikwibana zana abana reka iyo ngese yo kwimana ibi yasi bwa bwana ndayafise uherewe ndakugurana ibi yasi bwa bwana baragutukuzanya ivyo gushwana ego kweli unyita umborerwa
baratete baramara bicwana umucece iyo bakubonye aho bari bamamu baratete baramara bicwana umucece iyo bakubonye
This is DJ B257.
Navuta picha ukiwa naye kwenye futi sita, pata chimbika juu chini, pata shika, nipokote nje manjanja sungumaye umaiwamba, nini takacho najua sisemi achuna, hapo kati haya hapo kati mkorogezege, kote kote na kata, kote kote na zungusha bebe, unaiona ukinikisi ukinikachi, unaiona bebe
siski umukino bebe kugukunda ntibinyorohera ariko nziganza nzo gutahira kukuri so famous, let me look to uri so fine, let me love you. Oh baby, you make it fine. Nami nifuza atari wewe, please let me love you. Kuchikuchika baby, make jonja bavuga ngo nkureke, uri wewe sindi mwigisebe, ndi nkisazi naje kumatabe, ndi rumatabe, nje kukumatabe, ndi rumatabe, nje kukumatabe.
Right on DJ's Jamaica, Dr. Cloud that I don't make her, Producer X that I don't make her, Party people that I don't make her. Go to Jamaica, yeah, go to Jamaica, Hasigai, go to Jamaica, go to Jamaica. I really want tonight, yes I wanna be with you tonight, my girl. Uyu musi twaje kudomeka, abakobwa muri hehe, utari kumwe nanje uri fake. Yeah baba, muze muzanye ibi biriti vyanyu, jewe nkoresha ishanje, duce tudomeka musi y'intebe. Intebe nazo zigira ubushuhe, abantu nabo
wesha ibi bintu urabicuruzi hehe kumbesha, ubikoze nabo ubona bakubeba. The way you shake your bum bum, the way you pull it down kwa saki na waka, panda washa wenenda pisha, kogota chuma mkolosi kata. Oh my god, mini dog wengine ni kopi, wao na kipaji. Mini dog wengine ni kopi, wao na kipaji. Leo ndakazi ego mbugizi na mwili ubwego, leo ndakazi ego mbugizi na mwili ubwego.
After job.
Preto Rico, papera, fanegrico, yubro, dolo cimento. Kunywe mukule musilipe, mimi nilibifanya pasikose mutasirike. Wesha, kiri bintu bitesa, kiri bintu bihaburere ginoti ndasesa. Desire, Berenice, Karumi,